Vážená paní
Dear Madam President of the Slovak Republic, dear State Secretary, dear guests, dear friends of foreign policy matters. Let me begin this session in an unusual way. Last week we saw the departure of a three times minister, statesman, diplomat, Slovak MP and European MP, a friend, a decent and an excellent person. Let me ask you to dedicate a silent memory to this person. Thank you. We are meeting here again after the 2 years break caused predominantly by COVID-19 at the Jubilee 20th Annual Review Conference of Foreign and European Policy of the Slovak Republic. I'm honored that I can welcome you once again. I'd like to thank to the Minister of the Foreign and European Affairs as well as the Ministry staff for enabling us to convene here today again. This is the first meeting in this format with political representatives that are representing the results of the most recent elections. Our country is worried by very serious problems. One of the biggest is the global pandemic. However, today we are going to talk predominantly about the issues related to our foreign policy. The political scene in Slovakia is strongly polarized, although when it comes to foreign policy matters. I quite clearly lack or miss nationwide consensus in the areas and topics which, in the context of anchoring of Slovak foreign policy and its further direction, should be without any doubt. Such consensus is a matter, of course, for any democratic country, and support of this consensus is something that I expect from the representatives of all democratically elected political parties, also in our country. Let me mention only the most serious challenges that Slovakia is confronted, but not only Slovakia, but also our neighbors, but also Europe, and these issues even cast doubts in the global environment. The number and the character of threats we are facing has increased dramatically. In detection of these threats, we don't really have to go far. We just need to focus on the development behind our eastern border. This is also a reason why the defense cooperation agreement between the Slovak Republic and the government of the United States should be so significant and important. This agreement strongly supports our security and defense. It will ensure our even stronger anchoring in NATO, of which we are a very strong and inseparable part. And we should not forget that our security is strengthened also by our membership in the EU. EU stability is not to be taken for granted. This is why we need, with our daily efforts, to support this unique peace project, to further strengthen it, boost it, make it more robust and extend it. Only thanks to this project our continent hasn't seen a more serious military conflict for 77 years, and it is necessary to do everything to maintain this situation in the long term. That's why we need to work more intensively, simultaneously, to strengthen NATO and to create joint European defense, to which, however, many deal with distrust. When I look into the plenum, it seems to me that I'm perhaps the only one who actually experienced war, and not only because of that, but also because of that I don't want anyone to shoot into our children and our grandchildren, and it's exactly supporting of the idea of a single unified Europe is a guarantee of this scenario never actually materializing. Dear ladies and gentlemen, 20th Annual Review Conference will provide interesting speeches of our leading representatives, but also interesting panel discussions. Let me wish you interesting and inspirational discussions, and please let me dedicate this conference to the memory of Eduard Kukan. Thank you very much. Dear Madam President, dear State Secretary, dear Professor, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you to the Jubilee's 20th Annual Review Conference of our foreign and European policy. And at the same time, I'd like to apologize the Minister because of health issues. The Jubilee itself is a proof that this conference has been guiding us throughout the most part of the existence of our diplomacy. I'd like to thank Professor Stern and his colleagues from Slovak Foreign Policy Association for this long-standing partnership that offers our foreign policy community, as well as the diplomatic corps accredited in Slovakia, a truly unique opportunity to look back on the previous months or years, and as it happens with looking back, also insight into the upcoming months. As a paradox, we had to wait for this Jubilee conference for 2 years. We had to postpone it twice because of the first and the second wave of the pandemic. The fact that the conference is taking place today, even though in hybrid form, is actually a demonstration of the fact that we somehow learned to live with the pandemics in some way, so hopefully this is not going to be forever. At the same time, this is an opportunity to look back not only on the past year, but the whole period, which was dominated mainly by the pandemic. However, the transformative effect of this pandemic is far-reaching, and it actually touches upon the whole society. It goes nationwide, as the professor already pointed out, so it concerns economy, it concerns security, and last but not least, also our foreign policy. That's why I'm very glad that we'll be able to listen to the 3 highest constitutional representatives at this conference, and I'm honored that as the first one of them I can greet and welcome Madam President Zuzana Čaputová. Madam President, the floor is yours. Dear State Secretary, Your Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for the welcome speech. Just like we've heard, despite the fact that I've been in my office for more than half of the time, I haven't had the opportunity to meet with you at this forum. Before I start my speech, let me dedicate a short memory to a person who was a leading representative and leading person when it comes to anchoring of our foreign policy orientation, Mr. Eduard Kukan. As we've already heard, his professionalism, his modesty, and calm arguments were certainly an inspiration for all of us here. Eduard Kukan is strongly anchored in the group of people who supported a definition of our geopolitical orientation, and his heritage and his message is very timely in these times, and not only for the new generation of diplomats, but for all of us. I'd like to honor his memory. Dear ladies and gentlemen, today's conference is perceived as an opportunity for honest discussion about what has been happening and what we've managed to accomplish in European foreign policy. Whether our priorities are set correctly when it comes to promotion of our interests within the scope of the EU or NATO, or bilateral relations with our partners from near or far. About whether the network of our embassies and diplomatic activities correctly supports the set priorities. Whether we have corresponding human, financial or material capacity. This debate is very necessary, and I believe that you will pay sufficient attention to it at today's conference. However, I also like to point out to the things that that are happening here and around us, to talk about the context in which Slovakia is found at this moment and in which it executes its foreign and European policy, because this is the most complicated context throughout looking back at the whole history of our independence. We're living in a very, well, extraordinary times. The State of the Republic report from the September 2021, Slovakia is a wounded country. There were 2 other waves of the pandemic. Thousands of people are dead. A number of people are facing poverty and increasing in prices of utilities, energies and transport, fuels and food. And now we have fears from the potential war. From the foreign policy perspective, the situation is extraordinary as well. The leadership of the Russian Federation is amassing a large military presence at the border with Ukraine, which it attacked in 2014. It's forcing a discussion about the spheres of influence in Europe. It would be quite short-sighted to believe that even if Ukraine accepted the requirements that the crisis will be over, because these requirements also concerned us and our free right to choose on our own where we want to belong as a country. And this situation also involves doubts about the foreign policy participation and foreign policy of Slovakia. We've heard this also before 1998, but today we hear them even from those who were promoting our very membership of the Western sphere just a few years ago. Trust in international institutions to which we are part, support of one part of public to non-democratic regimes, a very high degree of distrust to democratic regimes. This rate of distrust and misunderstanding makes us extraordinarily vulnerable. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it would be an illusion to believe that our foreign policy will be successful if it doesn't have a clear support at home. It is exactly here that we're losing, and we need to fight and vie for that support. Once again, not only us, the constitutional representatives and the politicians, but diplomats as well, and the professional public too. We will only win this support if we just stop mentioning the mistakes and pointing the blame on the others. Today's division of the society in terms of foreign policy is also the fruit of our work. That's why I'd like to perceive the era that we live in, and we shouldn't forget about our values. We should explain, we should communicate, we should stop dividing the society into the conspiratory fanatics and ours, and those of us, the people who support non-democratic regimes and people with healthy thinking and reasonable thinking. Let's realize that what you politicians, diplomats and professional public seem to be quite obvious doesn't have to be obvious to the large portion of the society. Let's try to think and let's try to see that besides the hateful minority, there's a lot of people in Slovakia who just have ordinary human concerns. They're confused because of too much information. They don't know what to think. And yes, maybe they are more prone to believe to lies, but it makes sense to talk to this part of society. Don't get me wrong. I'm not talking about value relativism or withdrawing from our necessary and legitimate objectives, but also the road to legitimate objectives must be correct and must be right. So we should never resign to explain these objectives. Dear ladies and gentlemen, when the minister took his position of the Minister of Foreign European Affairs, he said his priority was not only to execute the foreign policy, but also to talk about the foreign policy at home. I agree with him. We all need to talk about our foreign policy objectives. Our diplomats, our experts, our politicians, all of us, we need to explain what are our interests as the country, that it is in our interest to be a firm part of the economically and security strongest bodies, that's the EU and NATO. And even though many of us may like the policy of neutrality in the current geopolitical environment, for the country like Slovakia, it would be an irresponsible choice. Ukraine basically also understands this, even though it was officially militarily neutral country in 2014, and it had no ambition to to be member of NATO, it was still attacked by the Russian Federation. So this is not because the United States or Brussels is saying this, but it's us as a neighbor of Ukraine saying this, because for us it's important Ukraine to be stable, safe, peaceful and prospering, so that no one attacks Ukraine just because it wants to be part of the Euro-Atlantic structures. The allied military forces now in our territory is not dictation of Brussels or Washington. It's because we will help our military forces to fulfill the empty spaces in our capabilities. We are not object, we are a subject. We also decide about what's going to happen. Let's not be afraid to talk about our mistakes and mistakes done by our partners in the EU or NATO. We were not forced to be member of EU and NATO because they are perfect and without any mistakes. We chose the membership in NATO and the EU because the membership helps us to promote our Slovak interests. I'm very glad that in the areas that are a priority for our republic and my mandate as well, we are succeeding here, that we are firmly standing on the side of the principles of the rule of law in the debate that we are leading today in the EU. And I've been saying for many years that this is our interest, and I also explained this to our partners within the V4 countries. If we stop following the principles and even enforce the rules on which we agreed as members of the EU voluntarily, we will undermine the EU and undermine ourselves. So we should support the shared values that are the basics of the EU. Following the principle of the rule of law, I regard as a necessary and a legitimate step. We are also succeeding in the green transition areas. We are the first country in our region to support climate neutrality by the year 2050. I'm proud that at the COP26 conference in Glasgow, where I represented Slovakia in November 2021, we agreed with the rest of the EU when it comes to reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, and we need to continue in following this goal and also support that the green transition was a fair and just transition, even for the most vulnerable ones. This is our task also during the negotiation about 50 to 55 package. And also we need to admit that we didn't do enough, or we did very, very little to avoid the hybrid, or to defend ourselves from hybrid activities and disinformation campaigns. I appreciate the steps from the experts also of the Ministry of Foreign European Affairs, but we need to act operatively and quickly and make specific steps. We are already in the information storm. We need to defend ourselves. We need to act. We need to think reasonably, strategically, thinking several steps ahead, including strategic communication. Our public discourse needs to see more, not less, of foreign policy experts, also from the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs. We need to send to our foreign policy and diplomatic missions those people who are best in promoting our interests and creating the ideal conditions to be able to accomplish them. We're not a rich country so that we can do everything everywhere. All the more we need to be thorough in evaluating whether every single embassy and representation office is in those countries and those partners that are most important for supporting of our interests, our citizens and entrepreneurs. I expect a very wide and decent discussion on this question, because it's also one of the ways how to strengthen the trust of the public to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, the past year for our foreign European policy was a very demanding year. Unfortunately, we don't have too many reasons to believe that the next days or weeks are going to be easier. No. All the more, this makes it more important to think about the basic principle of our foreign policy, protection of our democracy. Please do not forget to connect everything we do in our foreign policy at home or abroad to this objective. So I'd like to thank you, in conclusion of this, for doing everything you do for Slovakia. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne, pani prezidentka, za váš veľmi obsažný a úprimný príhovor. Volám sa Pavol Demeš a pripadla mi česť položiť pani prezidentke 2-3 otázky, o ktorých nevie, aké budú, a ja som tiež úplne presne nevedel, čo sa pani prezidentky spýtam, ale vzhľadom na túto vzácnu chvíľu, a keďže som mal možnosť byť od roku 1999 účastný všetkých hodnotiacich konferencií a vypočujúci váš príhovor, tak položím tie otázky, jednu osobnú a jednu takú všeobecnú, ktorá určite bude zaujímať auditorium, v ktorom sú slovenskí diplomati, experti, novinári, ale vzhľadom na to, že toto je streamované, tak sú napojení na nás aj zahraniční diplomati, ktorí za normálnych okolností by mohli tu s nami sedieť. Je to tlmočené pre nich, takže si budú môcť vypočuť, alebo si mali možnosť vypočuť váš príhovor a odpovede na moje 2, možno 3 otázky. Prvá, ako ste aj zdôraznili v prejave, žijeme...
The first question is, we are living in very challenging times. You were talking about the importance of building bridges among people, and you were referring also to the Pope's speech. And there's one thing that is a novelty in our foreign policy, and that is the notion of traitor or treason. We have a Minister of Foreign Affairs who is doing anything and everything to be understood, and also you do anything and everything to explain what are your visions, what is your mission, but still some label you as a traitor, as somebody who pursues treason. And Forbes actually ranks you among the 100 most influential people, but at the same time, Forbes was saying, the journalists were saying that you are a lone wolf in a way in promoting those values. So how do you live with this? How do you kind of manage all of this? Thank you very much. When it comes to labeling me either in positive or negative way, well, I'll just comment that I take notice of it. And when it comes to dissemination of libel, and that can actually threaten my mandate, because this is a very serious allegation being alleged of treason, then of course I am pursuing criminal steps and procedures, and when it comes to the context we live in the pandemics and the very strange times we are living, the hybrid war we are witnessing and we are experiencing, and every single day is really heavily impacted by social media and cyber bullying and inciting hatred via virtual world and by different groups. And we know that medical doctors, scientists were were object of such cyber attacks and allegations, not only public figures. And this war, so to say, is becoming even more rough and also unfair. So one thing is to really pursue legal steps, because there are infringements of basic rights of individuals here, but also public safety. And what is a big lesson and a big challenge in those difficult times is not to ever lose hope. And from my position and from the mandate I have, I really need to cherish and nurture the hope I have, and I need to carry the hope, and I need to disseminate the hope in spite of all the hurdles we are experiencing. Tomáš Janovic, a very well-known a very well-known writer of Slovakia. He says that we need a lot of darkness before there is a dusk. It seems this is the case. So in the first wave of pandemic, first wave of COVID, and people got together, people were fighting together, helping each other, and I was thinking that this will really help us grow and we will become more cohesive. But unfortunately, it seems what followed was fragmentation, destruction of relationship. We know how big a topic is vaccination, COVID as such. Many scientists or many people talking about fake news. So it seems that we haven't taken lesson yet. I would really wish that we had done so, that we would have taken the lesson from all the suffering, because we are really facing incredible level of suffering. We have more than 18,000 dead people who wouldn't be dead without COVID if there was higher level of solidarity, higher level of decency, then it would have been much better. Hurdles make us stronger, and I do want to believe and hope that in the end of the day, that all those challenges that we are experiencing will help us to get together, to help us be stronger, and help us to tap into our positive qualities. And last question, in December, you participated together with about 100 world leaders on the Summit of Democracy that was summoned by Joe Biden. He also realizes that democracy is at stake, not only in our region, but also in the Great Britain and in other parts of the world. And he decided, or he made this challenge or offer that you and we all should be thinking what should be done in your country or in your region in order to safeguard democracy. And you were referring to three major areas in your speech until December, and the time of next summit, and you will definitely sort of make a checklist at the upcoming summit. So the first area you mentioned, corruption, then social media management, and then participative governance in hand in hand with the civil society. What do you think that the civil society should do? I'm not talking about political arena, but I'm talking about a civil society. What should civil society do in order to help us achieve those goals you have mentioned? I need to mention the state and state institutions before kind of putting the burden on the shoulders of the civil society I used to be a member of just a couple of years ago. I do firmly believe that we as state representatives, we have a very strong responsibility to protect and safeguard our democracy through the instruments we have at hand. I have mentioned it also now in the question of rule of law, building the institutions of the well-governed society, and we need to act. We also need to manage social media. We need to face very unpleasant attacks we are all facing, and I do believe that the state needs to be more active, more operational. And I'm very happy that all the strategic documents that have been developed reflect on it. But at the same time, we need to be very flexible, because the times we are living are very fast, and we need to be very fast also on the systemic level, and we need to adopt measures that will help us safeguard the democracy. And the second level also applies to the civil society. I do understand that now people are highly demotivated. The civil society is an object of many attacks. This is not a recent phenomenon. It has been years that the civil society has been actually warning and bringing our attention to the fact that it is subject of threats and allegations, and we need to protect it because civil society is vital for healthy democracy. And then we have personal responsibility. We all have share on how the Slovak foreign policy is perceived, how Slovakia is fragmented. I'm not talking about polarization, I'm talking about fragmentation, and we need to look into the mirror. We need to contemplate and reflect what kind of an approach we have opted for. We shouldn't walk on this bipolar understanding of world, good or bad, common sense or conspiracy supporters. So no, we need to really manage all these on a personal level. We need to work on it. We need to work on our personal approach and personal attitude also in public. Maybe I have been too general, but this is kind of a comprehensive approach or picture. Thank you very much, Madam President, for your very concise speech and for your genuine and honest answers and for your actually very inspirational ideas and thoughts for all of us, for the experts, Prime Minister, diplomats. I do hope that you have steered a lot of thought. You have offered us food for thoughts, and we haven't seen this level of cohesion that we are experiencing at today's or this year's review conference. This is very unique and we need to tap into that. Thank you very much for your speech. And thank you for your excellent work, and we wish you good health. Thank you very much, and have a very
Dámy a páni,
Ladies and gentlemen, let me open the first panel of today's review conference. It's actually opening the working part. After that, we will listen to the address of the Prime Minister, Eduard Heger, and I will ask him 2 to 3 questions, and then I am done, so to say. Originally, I got paid only for moderating this panel, and all of a sudden I have ended up with all of this on my plate. But somehow we need to face this multitasking and all those unpredictable challenges. Well, first I would like to introduce the panelists. Originally we had Katarina Cefalvajová on the panel, but unfortunately due to the medical condition of her child, we have learned just today in the morning that she couldn't be here. I highly appreciate Jolt Gal from the Comenius University, who actually agreed to participate in the panel. And we asked him just here in the corridor in the morning, and he was great to agree. And the kickoff speaker will be Martin Klus, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Then we will listen to Miriam Lexman, the EMP. She has very clear positions, and she often speaks in the European Parliament. And then, last but not least, Radovan Geist, the representative of Euroactive, which comments on the EU issues. So I think that we have great panelists, and this really will be a great panel. We have 1 hour 10 minutes, and Martin Klus has maximum 8 minutes for his address, and the remaining panelists have up to 4 minutes for their speech and for their thinking on the challenges of the Slovak foreign policy, Slovak European policy. After their opening addresses or thoughts, I will ask them a couple of questions, and then you can also ask your questions via Slido or here in person. And of course the Slido questions can be asked by anybody, also all of those who are following us online. Martin Klus, over to you. Very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Pavel, for your introductory words. Welcome. I'm very happy that we can meet in person, even though not all of us or all of those who have been interested, but I extend my greetings to all of you following us online, and let me comment on our anchoring in the European policy. And I will be very honest with you. I'm very sorry that within the general discussion in Slovakia about the foreign or European policy, we rather focus on those topics that we have witnessed for past couple of weeks. DCA was totally dismantled, was discussed in super details in so many programs and discussions and events, and we do not pay attention to the important fact that Slovakia is a member of the European Union and NATO, and we can shape the European Union through our membership. And when we travel across Slovakia and we ask young people in schools, how would you see the European Union? I don't think that we have a clear idea. Therefore, I'm very happy that we have this opportunity to talk about this topic at this Jubilee Review Conference. Where do we see Slovakia within the EU? What are the interests of Slovakia in the EU? And what kind of idea we have about the future of the EU? This has been institutionalized just recently on the conference on the future of Europe that was opened by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on 9th of May 2021 with a one-year delay after the original plan. And then several processes have been kicked off, including the National Conference on the Future of Europe, and I would like to thank my colleagues from SFPA that they have been of help to leading the National Convent and also our ministerial representatives that we managed to promote our goals. So under the project We Are EU, we have a new project Back to School where our diplomats actually go back to their schools and they discuss with the young people about the future of Europe. We do have a survey. We have implemented a survey together with ACO company. We also collected 550 questionnaires that were collected on our roadshow across Slovakia, and there is a lot to assess and evaluate. And it is clear that if there is something missing in Slovakia, then it is a really efficient discussion about the EU. We take it for granted that for 18 years we have been member and part to the European integrational processes, but then we do not have clear answers to more detailed questions. And I would be more specific. 4 principal areas that needs to be also discussed here. And we need to ask those questions and look for the answers. First, how do we see increased importance of complying with the EU rules? This is a key question. There are rules, there are agreements that have shaped the EU. We do have a functioning system when it comes to the division of competencies among the institutions, but in spite of that, it shows that not all the rules that have been agreed are obeyed and respected. And the most clear-cut example could be drawn from the migration crisis or pandemics as well, when it sort of became clear that the national interests are somehow more important than the European interests. And the second important area is the internal consolidation of the EU. And I want to stop by at a very important topic, and that is that throughout our lives, we kind of generalize failures and we blame Brussels for all the failures, and the successes we take national pride for. And this is a very problematic issue also in the Slovak discourse. For instance, discourse among ministries. We often perceive European topics as foreign topics and not as internal topics. And this actually is reflected in the way how individual institutions work. The third important topic, the EU as a global player. Often we keep on hearing how rigid the European Union is, how slow it is in action, and we have experienced that criticism as well, and we keep on hearing it from the citizens, like one of the main reservations. Why the EU is not doing anything when it comes to Eastern Partnership, etc. Why it takes so long? Well, the question is, what do we want to do for the EU to become more action-oriented? Are we willing and ready to go for a system of qualified minority? Also in the questions of foreign policy, And then the orientation of the last area, and this was also a result of the survey. It doesn't seem that we communicate enough, as the Madam President mentioned. I don't really feel that we talk to our citizens in language that would be understandable, at least to the majority. We we really need to pay attention to this silent majority, often influenced by simple answers to comprehensive and complex questions. And when I joined the ministry, I asked this question to myself: how to make those EU topics more understandable to our citizens, so that they can support us and understand us, whether we are managing well or not, and how we are managing. That's up to you to assess, and I would be very happy for feedback.
Thank you very much, Mr. Klus. And now, MEP Miriam Lexman. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank you for the possibility to talk at this conference, and also for the possibility of being able to discuss about the future of the EU and the future of our foreign policy. I'd like to I'd like to divide my speech into 2 points, or 2 sections. I'll talk about the internal policy of the EU, and I'll also talk about our foreign policy as a Slovak Republic. When it comes to internal setting of the EU, let me return to the principle which represents one of the major basic pillars of the EU, and that's the subsidiarity principle. The Catholic Church came up with this principle when it was looking for the answer to the question of how to deal with the social issues and matters with the advance of the working class and all the related problems and issues and questions, while preventing from advancing totality of power. This principle is supposed to protect human dignity and protect freedom. This principle is the essential building block of the EU. And Mr. Klus perhaps was a bit critical about the member states and the EU, and let me be self-critical also from the EU perspective. This subsidiarity principle is supposed to clearly define what is the role of the EU and clearly define what is the role of the member states. It is supposed to lead to protection of freedom, protection of human dignity, and it should set optimum framework and relationship between the citizens of the EU and the institutions of the EU. I believe that when looking for the answers to the questions that Madam President was mentioning and Mr. Klus was mentioning, when we are returning to our roots, to our values, to our treaties, we are sometimes missing the fact that we are taking these things for granted. And it is of key importance to know where the EU is supposed to be heading, how our cooperation should look like, to think together what are these values, how we perceive these values, how we perceive its practical or their practical implementation. This is one of the stumbling blocks of our society as such, that a number of sections of the society look differently to these basic values, basic principles. They explain them differently. They perceive differently what protects our freedom and what actually undermines our freedom. And this is the point where we need to make a stop, think well how we actually define, how we interpret these essential values, and then we can return to distribution of competence between the EU and the member states, etc. Because sometimes I feel that we are acting very quickly and abruptly when we're not sure how we interpret the values, so we shift the competence to the EU, and the citizens do it as well. When they are unhappy or dissatisfied with what's happening in their country, they often blame the EU. They look at the EU like it's an institution that will, fulfill their expectations or their desires. And this is important to perceive. We need to perceive how the EU and the member states, and to differentiate who's supposed to fulfill these expectations and desires. It's the dialogue of all of us within the EU. Let me give you an example from the European Parliament. We had a study conducted. 95% of our work as MEPs is work on reports that do not relate to EU legislation, of which one half is not even related to the competence, or only parts of the competence of the European Parliament and the EU. I believe that this is not the way to react to the desires and needs of our citizens. We are not dealing with what is our strength, where our competencies are actually real, and we often supplement this by taking on more and more work, and we believe this is the solution. This is the point when it comes to the internal policy. And now let me look at the foreign policy of the EU. And again, it's about the values. Article 21 of the European Treaty says clearly that the same values that are supported within the EU, that put together the EU member states, are the same values that we should represent towards third parties externally. We were extending commercial relationship with countries like Russia or China, and we believe that with these commercial relationships we will help democratic process in these countries, we will help support human dignity and human rights in these countries. Unfortunately, we very early realized that it's not happening so, but we closed our eyes. We only saw our short-term objectives, but we ignored the long-term objectives, and today we are at a situation when we are dependent on utilities and energy from Russia. We are in a situation where China basically can blackmail us, like most recently in relation to Lithuania, when it is able to undermine our single market using illegitimate methods and try to implement the divide and rule policies. And we see our retail chains full of products, goods manufactured by modern slaves, and we are unable to prevent it, or very slow in preventing it. China is stealing intellectual property of our companies. Only in the United States, this is calculated at $500 billion every year, the loss of as a result of stealing of intellectual property by Chinese actors. And we not even protect our own essential criteria, so our own interests when it comes to economy, ecology, or human rights in cooperating economically or in any other way with the third parties, forgetting about the very basic principles we should follow. And the last example, Nord Stream 2, again, division of opinions. We've known for many years that this project can limit us economically, ecologically, because we are supposed to support diversification of resources, but also this is a security threat. So thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Lexman, for your speech, and Zsolt Gál now and his perspective of the challenges of the European policy of the Slovak Republic. Thank you very much. Is the microphone on? Yes. Thank you. So, thank you for giving me over the floor and the possibility to take part in this panel. I'm honored. Perhaps the added value that I may offer is that I deal mainly with economic issues. So let me look at the economic side, if I may. The major challenge today is inflation. Inflation that is back after dozens of years, after decades, and it's overriding the record-breaking values in, well, pretty much all the European countries or EU countries. And let me talk about what can be done about it, what our government cannot do because it is not in its competence, and what it can do, and what it should do, and what it may, but it should not do. And maybe I'll conclude this by talking about the polls when it comes to EU popularity, or the rate of support of the EU in general. So let me start from the beginning. This is a huge challenge, inflation, because we are in a trap. We're trapped because the European Central Bank will either increase the interest rates significantly to fulfill its essential statute and the reason of existence, fighting against inflation, which is one of the basic roles of the ECB and guaranteeing price stability. but with this, it will damage, the people who have mortgages, also in Slovakia. It will cause damage to European countries' governments who've been taking advantage of the inflated sovereign debts. It will damage the economic growth. Or, on the other hand, it will keep the interest rates lower than it would be suitable, so that to avoid this damage that I've mentioned, but then it runs the risk of long-term persistent inflation, which will again damage the economy. So we are, between the rock and the hard place, because there's no easy solution at hand. So this is obviously something that Slovakia cannot significantly influence, because we are members of the Eurozone. We have only one voice at the European Central Bank out of many votes, so we have only limited possibility to influence that. But we can influence significantly the recovery and resilience plan and its implementation. And from the perspective of the green transition, these are very useful plans, but from the perspective of the economic situation, the recovery and resilience plan is basically throwing oil into the fire, because the inflation is a result of long-term very low interest rates, of inflation of sovereign debts, and now we'll add more billions from the shared European money. So it's oil to the fire. So the ECB and the member states' governments, now there'll be even more money in the system. So this is something that we, again, cannot strongly influence. What we can influence, though, is our budget, our state budget. And this is the example of a case where we can do something, and I believe we should do something. There's a huge debt in or deficit in our budget, public finance deficit that I'm talking about, which is not substantial, is not substantiated from the economic perspective, because we are out of the crisis. The economy is at the pre-crisis levels. The economy is growing, so there's no single economic theory which would recommend at such time massive stimulation, especially not a massive stimulation which is also performed by the European Central Bank and these new European instruments. So this is space for modifications, but we need to be realistic. On the other hand, taking into account the opinions or the positions of the current government, the positions are the possibilities are quite limited. So in the long term, it's perhaps better, but still, I believe, very insufficient. And in the short term, it is not going to address our inflation problem. And what we could do, but I believe we should not do, and I believe we should resist the temptation to do that, it's these populist, behavior or actions by politicians, which is now quite modern in the countries, especially before elections, that we will stop prices from growing, that we will set some thresholds or some caps, or we will strongly reduce the VAT on the number of products or sectors in the economy, or we just eliminate, delete VAT altogether, to put it to zero, to reduce inflation. There's one big thing. These countries that do that, they have their own central banks, they have their own monetary policies, so they also can increase the interest rates, unlike the European Central Bank. And the second difference is that these countries are just before elections, so perhaps they do things and they perform steps that in the short term they may leave the impression of being operational or being good and accomplishing something, but they are unsustainable in the long term. So these are the major challenges of the economy. And now the public opinion polls. We've already discussed with Rado before the beginning of this event that we see the decline of support of the idea that EU is actually a good thing at the lowest level across the EU, across the board, not only Slovakia. So this is very, very disturbing, and naturally it's also related to the development of the development in Slovakia, and this is related to the fact that we want to be also the West and also the East, somewhere in between. That we want to be friends with the Russians, we want to be friends with the United States. The EU is not a good thing, but it's not a bad thing either. We want to be criticizing the EU, but we also realize that it's advantageous for us. We don't like NATO. We are cherishing the illusions of our neutrality, which is absolutely unreal. This is unfortunately very well fitting to this situation we are in, and it's a huge challenge for this country. It can still be worse. It can still be worse. On the other hand, we need to realize that open support for Eastern orientation of this country, open support for dictatorships or authoritarian regimes, open support for socialism in economy, when push comes to the shove, then of course most of our public will stop from that. But at the same time, most of our public, the majority of the public, still live in the illusion. They still cherish these fata morganas, something intangible, some neutrality, something in between, the bridge between the East and West, and all these illusions, all these unreal things. And we need to fight this across all the levels: state authorities, public authorities, and NGOs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this great framing. It can all be even worse. Radovan Case, do you think the same? Many people consider me to be a huge pessimist, so I'm not going to fall into your trap. Well, I can only reiterate and support some of the statements, because it has all been said. When it comes to the challenges of the Slovak European policy, I'll take one internal and one external. The external is the renationalization of the European policy. I don't think that I believe we suffer from the principle of the efficiency of European policy. We do not have effective tools to deal with many problems. For more than 2 decades, the European Union has been going through so many crises: migration crisis, debt crisis, vulnerability of democracy, security and safety risks. So we have been talking about 18 years of crisis in the EU, and of course the EU has changed from the times when we joined it back in 2004, but there is a problem. First, since we are talking about reactive changes, we like a big narrative, big story, how the European Union should be shaped, what kind of a story it should have, and that would help us to look for common European interest. If we do not have common and big narrative, big reforms in the EU, then those solutions are much more difficult to find. And of course it is really sad that the last 3 attempts for finding such a big narrative were not successful. First, the constitutional agreement, there was a problem. Then I'm talking about enlargement of the EU. The attitude of many EU member states was very lukewarm about the progress in the candidates, and then the reform of the Lisbon Treaty. So this kind of a narrative is difficult to be identified. And the second problem that results from the fact that we are talking about reactive changes is that often we are only talking about partial changes. For instance, pending bank union, we still miss the third pillar that should secure the single character of financial markets in the EU, or solutions that rather focus on the consequences than on the causes for what is happening. We could mention migration crisis. We have kind of got complacent that undemocratic regimes will capture people from entering the EU without thinking whether those people, those refugees, have a legitimate right to ask for an asylum. As a result, and since we do not have well-functioning European solutions, then there is a pressure for national solutions. We still cannot agree on a reform of the EU monetary union that would make it more functional. And then the countries rather want to have really laid-back and free rules in order to do what they want. And when it comes to migration, many countries keep on saying that, okay, maybe we should reintroduce border checks because, again, we do lack efficient solution at the European level. And this is the challenge that the Slovak foreign and European policy should try to fulfill, to really push for efficient solutions, and many times we were not standing on the right side, be it when it comes to migration crisis or monetary reform. And then we have an internal challenge. We need to find reasons why we need to be members of the EU. And yet again, though, those are two sides of one coin. One, so far, we have tried to document the benefits of our membership through money, whether we are a net contributor or beneficiary, and what can we pay, and what can we build from the EU money. But I don't think this works well. It underestimates the IQ of people. It's like we would think them as of reptiles, that they should work on this kind of a reptile brain and on the level of instincts, and we have been overlooking the internal problems in kinds of corruption, etc. And then the second thing, we are not able to benefit from the free movement of citizens. Now there is a huge brain drain in Slovakia. We are losing the best quality people because they are leaving for better conditions, and we cannot kind of bring them back. The free movement of citizens is a huge benefit of the European integration, but if we cannot make use of its potential, then it becomes really harmful to us, and that's what's happening to us. The policy of our governments, including the governments that were talking about the fact that Slovakia is not only Bratislava to a large extent, because it actually brings Slovakia to the periphery of the EU, and this can be seen in the attitude of the public to the EU. And I could stop here, and yet again I could be labeled as pessimist, but I will mention 3 areas where we could look for change of narrative, green reform, then democracy and monetary union that stabilizes the EU, that closes the gap among the states, and the protection of the rule of law. The European Union needs European tools for protecting the rule of law, which is very important, especially for small members. This is great. We have got a wonderfully diverse perspectives on the Slovak foreign and European policy. And I'll ask you a couple of questions. And then please ask your questions. I've got a couple of questions via Slido already. You can't see them yet, but I hope this will change. Martin. You opened your speech by saying that DCA has been on table for past weeks as if it was a question of life and death, and we neglect vital questions. I was also very surprised that our foreign policy consensus could be so destabilized through this topic, and I thought that we are far that we have overcome that a long time. And rather, you have mentioned that we are getting to the periphery of the European Union. So the skeptical attitude you were mentioning, this is an unprecedented challenge for our Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs. The European affairs have become really hot topic, and since we are going to listen to the Prime Minister after this panel, I will kind of phrase my question as follows. This cannot only be the question for the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs. This is a task for all state institutions or for our parliament, etc. But it keeps on, kind of the rumor is, or some say that, well, this is question for the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs. The government office is talking about the recovery and resilience plan, but if diplomats are supposed to go on the road show, well, diplomats are no showmen and showwomen, and it's not about diplomats talking to 100 people and thinking that they are speaking to the whole country. I think this could be only an add-on activity. We need a much broader alliance when we want to speak about those topics. And where is the recovery and resilience plan? Are we becoming more resilient? Have we recovered already? It has been on the table for quite some time, and I don't know, as somebody who follows the development, because the plan is something that needs to have certain parameters, certain checkpoints, etc. What we have managed to do with the recovery and resilience plan, what do you think is good? What do you see positively in this big project? Where are the positive things and impact of the recovery and resilience plan? We are getting money for digitalization, innovations, etc. Okay, what are the positive impacts of the recovery and resilience plans? Well, the roadshow has showed us that our diplomats can do both road and show, and I would like to thank them very much for that. And I think it was of interest to our citizens. It was not like we haven't had hundreds and thousands of people, but definitely it was a lesson to be learned. And this was also a great experience, like how people perceive those topics. And the finding is that the European topics are not sexy. It's much more interesting to label somebody as a traitor or from treason, but if the European Bank Union comes on the table and most of the people don't understand what it is about, and if we talk about the green transition, even though some have vague idea, but still they have totally different notions and understanding of this topic, and people definitely don't connect it to the recovery and resilience plan or the EU, and we are failing. You were very right that many who should talk about these topics, including the Slovak members of the parliament, don't internalize those topics. And I also need to criticize myself. When I was a member of the Slovak National Council, we really didn't pay enough attention to those topics, maybe somewhere up to 70%. And then another problem, if we achieve something positive and we get extra EU money, we actually had not thought would do. Like back in 2020, during those 4 days and 4 nights, then there is this process that should use this money for the benefit of the citizens, then the process is really clumsy. So there is no golden bullet. There is no simple answer to your question, to your answer. Restructuring of healthcare system, judiciary reform. Well, there are certain we have already gone through review process, part of it at least, or reform of the educational system. And me as the representative of academia, I am very much interested in this topic, but still we are on the way. And then there are other topics that are totally not as discussed as they should be, like digitalization and green economy transition. And digitalization is really a bitter topic, because so much money has been wasted. Unlike in Estonia, Estonia was great, and it is a positive example. Unfortunately, we wasted so much money. And the second problematic area is digital transition and transformation. There is not agreement or a single position in the government or in the society, because we know that some decisions that need to be done when it comes to green transition are going to be tough. And I'm not really sure whether the current political representation in Slovakia is willing and ready to make those. It will need to get most probably stronger mandate from the citizens in next.
Miriam, at the moment, the pressure, the tension that we see after the challenge that Russia basically posed to the whole West, because Ukraine is a part of the larger game that Russia is, playing, challenging the whole, Western security system. You sitting in the European Parliament, watching the representatives of the EU or from Brussels or the respective leaders of the countries, member states, that are trying to communicate with Putin and the Russian diplomats and to negotiate with them, where do you see the strengths and weaknesses of the European foreign policy? Or is there anything like that? Because a number of people cast doubt upon this, that the Russian Federation now wants to negotiate with the United States, and they wants to negotiate with a few selected member states, but it seems it is not really negotiating with the EU as such. EU seems to be aside, or some people say that. So what do you think are the strengths and weaknesses of something we call the European foreign policy? Thank you. That's a difficult one. The weaknesses are basically, I've already mentioned in my first opening speech, our foreign policy hasn't been following principles and values for many years. It wasn't based on these values on which it was supposed to be based, and we were closing our eyes from that for many years. For many years, our foreign policy wasn't unified, it wasn't single. And yes, foreign policy still, to a great degree, or to a major part, is in the, is led and conducted by the member states individually, not together. And it is sad that we haven't realized until now that in the geopolitical global world, we need to have a single voice. We need to have shared interests, our partial interests as member states, maybe the larger member states that historically played more important or leading roles, the partial interests of these countries are becoming tiny in this large global game which is being played at the moment on the globe, on the planet Earth. And the fact that we've been closing our eyes for many years in terms of our policy against Russia, how it divides us, and we were closing our eyes on our attempts to cooperate economically with these countries for profits, and our belief that we will change Russia and other countries to be democratic with this cooperation, and the fact that we were closing our eyes that just to follow some partial economic benefits, letting corrupted money into our territory that started to spread corruption. Also here, they were corroding our values. They were corroding the truth. And these are failures that are turning out and disabling us to stand up against the situation. Since 2014, there was a conflict between the Russian Federation and Ukraine, or the attack on Ukraine. It was in 2014, and so far we haven't stood up in principle as a single voice against the fact that even the member states of the EU and Russian Federation too were supposed to guarantee territorial integrity of Ukraine. We didn't stand up to the fact that this treaty is not fulfilled. And these are the results now. We are reaping the benefits. And this disunity is also demonstrated by some leaders of the EU and some heads of the governments are trying to enter the negotiations. But I don't think it is resulting in any great accomplishments. I think it's essential, absolutely essential and vital to understand that this is our mutual interest, but not only the interest of the EU, but it's the interest of the values that we represent. It's the interest of the values is for the interest of people of the independent countries to decide where their country is supposed to be heading. So any country can decide where it wants to belong, so that a country can decide with whom it wants to cooperate. And these are the essential values that we need to protect also for our own benefits and for our own good. So these are the weaknesses, right? Can you think of at least a single strength? Because then we will talk with Rado, who is a pessimist, who is known for being a pessimist. So sorry, I don't want to be a hindrance, but maybe some strengths. I have a strength. Okay, Martin, the State Secretary. I believe that the EU showed its strength also in vaccination. From the start, it was a bit complicated. It was a bumpy road, but I want to return to that. But let's think about the importance of the role we played as a global donor. But you will link this to Sputnik, right? But I'm talking about the shared foreign policy, not about vaccination. Yeah, okay, the shared foreign policy show that we can somehow agree and integrate our policies into one. Then it's for the benefit of not only the EU citizens, but it has a global impact. And even as Slovakia, we've donated a large number of vaccines. I even have a list of countries where our vaccines were directed, even though it was many times because our citizens were not interested in getting vaccinated. But still, nevertheless, this showed the strength of the EU more than any other global players. And the difference between us and, for example, China or Russia, if you're mentioning, Sinopharma or Sputnik, is the fact that we did not abuse the vaccines as our global weapon, so to say. Maybe we should have done, but we didn't do that. Miriam, do you have an idea? Yes, that's right. It's rather a trend than a strength, but I want to mention that after many years, we've managed to approve European version of Magnitsky Act. So in principle, the protection of human rights abroad, which often are, undermined as a result of our indirect result of our cooperation with third countries. And I'd like to thank Minister Korczak, Slovak Minister of Foreign Affairs. That corruption becomes one of the reasons for sanctions within the scope of this European version of Magnitsky Act, and other things are potential still, but I'm very happy that we are working on it. The first is the Anti-Corrosion Act, a legal piece of legislation which is supposed to protect our single market from negative third-party influences, and due diligence, which is supposed to protect our retail chains so that there are no products in our market which are manufactured as a result of a gross breach of human rights or child labor, etc., etc. So I believe this trend, if we follow it, will help us return back to our values. Radovan, you mentioned that European Union is going through a series of crises, always somehow overcomes it, etc., etc. And many people who follow the development of the EU say that every single crisis somehow strengthens the EU in the end. Are you convinced that the Corona crisis and now the Russian challenge will strengthen the European Union? Well, I wouldn't certainly agree that every crisis strengthens the EU. I think every crisis that you are able to manage may strengthen you because it prepares you for managing of the future similar crises. I believe the Corona crisis has strengthened the EU, however, but it undermined what is essential for its operation, that's stability of the member states internally. Because even though it strengthened the EU, well, if I was a German, I could be thinking whether it wouldn't be better for my country, procuring the vaccines for itself. If being a Slovak, I have no doubt that it would be much worse. We've broken the long-term taboo that European budget cannot be financed by a shared debt, and that we cannot have a budget which is able to react to crises which have asymmetric influence or impact on the member states. And we still, keep hearing that this is just a one-off thing, but if it's going to be efficiently used, which depends on the member states, there's a great chance that this is going to happen and will become a part of the permanent solutions. So from this perspective, the crisis has strengthened the European Union, or it at least opened new possibilities for it. And when it comes to security crisis, it's an issue because of two reasons. The first reason is that the member states did not enter the crisis with the same or identical interests, and I'm not only talking about the relationship to Russia, but also relationship to the United States. There are various ideas, etc., etc. In one thing where I see the positive thing or positive shift, and following up on Miriam Lexman, the MEP, and that's the thing that European foreign policy stopped being a tool for mercantilism, which is a good thing. We do not only support our commercial and economic interests, and it is also turned out to be in relation to China, blocking of the justice agreement, a treaty on justice. This is good that we are, the voice of the European Parliament is getting more important. The member states will always think about what's the market for our telecom company, or how many submarines, or how many airplanes we can sell, but the European Parliament has a stronger position to support the values. The fact that foreign policy is no longer the tool of mercantilism only helps the EU as a player, but also it can help us internally. But because if your values are for sale, or let's stick to the values. If your values are for sale in foreign policy, then your values will also be for sale internally. Zsolt, you're an academic. Could you, we have a diplomat, we have a MEP, we have a media person, and you are representing the academia here. You are teaching at the politology department, political science department. A number of these values or opinions, the loss of popularity of the EU that you mentioned yourself, to a great degree is a thing of the young people as well. To what extent do you perceive that the educational system should do things differently to explain what the EU is about? Because even though I was slightly ironic that even though this will not solve a problem in the mass measure, but every single step is important, but without changing the education, will not succeed, right? So it's going to be only very difficult to imagine that the framework of values of people and the relationships and the attitudes will change. So to what extent do you believe that this current hot debate about the future of the universities, which is a part of the strategic thinking about the recovery and resilience plan, how are universities fulfilling this role? Because the whole, rectors conference is now divided, and the current representatives of the government, which is trying to achieve that, has a different opinion.
Thank you very much. To the last part of your question, when it comes to topics we are discussing here, I believe what's much more important is the content and the methods of education than the structure of universities, like academic freedoms, etc. And definitely, there is a huge room for improvement. Of course, we do have many courses on the EU policy, etc. But when it comes to high school, secondary schools and elementary schools, this is one of the critical elements that are lacking. I would mention just a few: financial literacy, media studies, so that people do not fall to fake news, for fake news, like sharing different articles from dubious sources, or taking bad loan. Because our survey shows that half of the participants of the survey actually opted for for worse loan, or people are willing to risk their health. All public surveys say that the health is top priority. In spite of that, people are willing to risk their health because of fake news on the internet. So there's a huge room for improvement in our educational system when it comes to its content and the methods that are used. What should be in the center of our attention, and also how we teach about those topics. This is really important. We should focus on the reform of the regional education and also the content and the methods. But of course, this is a very long-term process. If we start now, maybe we will see the results in 5, 10, 15, 20 years. But if I could comment on my previous speaker, yes, we see drop in popularity when it comes to the EU or Western allies and the Euro-Atlantic structures. But there is also the opposite process. There is a drop in illusions when it comes to illusions, how much China is going to invest here, how much Russia will be of benefit to us. Because 10 years ago, it was almost funny when you followed the Central European media and the politicians when everybody was saying we will be the gateway for Chinese investments to the Central Europe, when each and every country of the region was claiming that was a bit pathetic, but the illusion was there. 10, 15 years after that, now we can look around and see how many jobs Chinese businesses have created, where are those millions, and now we see that it's all missing. Maybe there's more misunderstandings, and the Chinese are building or modernizing the railway in Hungary under their new Silk Road. But this is an illusion. And it's not about Slovakia not getting the advantage that the Hungarians managed to get because of their more friendly policy towards China, because the returns on that investment is 200 plus years. Those are the estimates. It's not that it is highly inconvenient, but it's at the level of economic treason and a huge room for corruption. If the Hungarian government builds this together with the Chinese government, what else could be the result? And another example, there should be this dispatched kind of institute of Shanghai University in Hungary. What is of benefit that from Chinese loan and from the Hungarian taxpayers' money, they build a branch of Chinese university? But, and at the end of the day, the government has pulled back because this project was so unpopular and was so heavily criticized. Everybody was afraid of it. At the end of the day, they didn't want to invest annual budget for Hungarian universities into this one project. And then countries are going to eventually realize, not only in CE region but across the EU, we cannot leave the Russian companies, namely Gazprom, to control majority of the gas stocks. The gas, yes, on short term run, the Russians really complicated things, but eventually it will only lead to further diversification. And the economic benefits from cooperation with Eastern autocratic regimes are scarce and even less so material benefits. Okay, now questions from the auditorium. Please, your name and affiliation, and then ask your question. Okay, please introduce yourself. Tamás Strážai from SFPA. Thank you very much for this very interesting debate. I would go back to the support for the EU and especially the tools we should or could use in order to enhance the popularity or support of the EU. And, you know, we lulled ourselves. We kind of, we sort of got too laid back when it comes to the previous results of the public surveys. We really thought it was all nice and rosy because in the past the support to the EU was relatively high, and now this we got a wake-up call when it comes to political area, our society, civil society, and we all together face this challenge. So the involvement of broad spectrum of partners and stakeholders in reinstituting trust in the EU, including municipalities, local communities, NGOs, civil society, is a key question. And the fact that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has its agenda and its program is great. We are the EU is a catchy slogan and it has its impact. But due to the circumstances, you may update it or kind of expand it or change it or work on it. And last but not least, we need an expert debate on the benefits of our membership in the EU. It needs to be an integral part of the whole puzzle. And if we look at the project of the National Convent implemented by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs together with other stakeholders, unfortunately there's no continuity, because this project just appears and then vanishes and then it reappears. It has a different administrator every now and then. So now, Mr. Klus, I would like to really reach out to you and let's think together how this project that focuses on expert discussion on the EU and recommendations in different areas of EU policy, etc., how to make a an ongoing, efficient tool that will be a part of the national debate on the EU that should result in increased support to the EU and also re-establishment of the trust of public in the EU. One more question. Thank you. We do have time only for one more question because we no, the Prime Minister is coming. I am the representative Daily Pravda because you were asking about the power of the European policy. I can see the power of the EU policy because yes, Macron and Scholz are visiting Moscow. But before that, there are dozens of negotiations with the representatives of other EU countries and with the US. It's not about us without us. Maybe it's not perfect, but I think that really it has its point, and I'm totally convinced that even though that Russia's reaction was that that Russia doesn't want to have single answer from the EU, but it wants separate answers from the member states. Of course, it will be very glad to divide us. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs said something very interesting. We are here at the 20th Review Conference, and the European issues and affairs are born here. With all due respect to other ministries, there's only a handful of representatives of other ministries that pay attention to the EU affairs. Maybe it would be good that each and every ministry would have the EU affairs already in its name, like Ministry of Economy and the EU affairs.
Well, thank you very much for your opinion and the questions you put to me. I'll be very brief because the Prime Minister is coming. When it comes to the Convention and many other EU topics, I actually want to conclude my speech with it. Let me paraphrase President Kennedy. Do not ask what the EU can do for you, but what we can do for the EU. And let us ask this question at least once a week, each of us, also through the social networks that are available to us, or through the articles that we are writing. I'm convinced that every single one of us takes advantage of the space. If you talk to the citizens at least once a week, this is the thing that the EU gives us, and this is the thing we can do for the EU. We'll do a great job. And the National Convention, I'd like to see this as a continual activity, as a systemic activity. Let me ask, how did we promote the one that we had last December? I don't think we really succeeded, so we need to be more active on this. And to all of you, I'd like to remind that on the 18th of February, our call to participate in projects published by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is coming to an end. I'm sure this could be a great convention 2022, National Convention 2022, and many of other projects that you are carrying in your heads. So go ahead. We'll be very happy if we are able to cooperate on these topics together. And at the end of the day, I'm very happy that we also managed to find some strengths. All of us here mentioned some strengths, and I had actually some other strengths in store. And I'm happy that this is not only about huge criticism. Of course, we shouldn't nationalize the accomplishments of the EU and put all the blame on Brussels, because this is not going to get us anywhere. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I cannot give the floor for concluding remarks, but I'm convinced that all panelists came with a large volume of great insights and perceptions and opinions, and were very open and honest in evaluating the topic of our first panel. And after hearing the speech by the Prime Minister, you'll be able to think about your questions. I'd like to thank Miriam Lexman, Radovan Geist, Martin Klus, and Scholt here, who was also a very fully fledged member of this panel. Thank you very much. And now the panel will reshuffle. There's only technical questions, so please do not leave the room. We'll wait for the Prime Minister, but you can have a few minutes break before the Prime Minister will start his speech. Thank you very much.
Vážený pán premiér,
Dear Prime Minister, dear State Secretary, Your Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome the Prime Minister here among us. I will, well, without much further ado, I'd like to give over the floor to you, Mr. Heger, Prime Minister. Thank you very much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored and I'm happy that I can talk to you today at this forum, and also with great pride in these demanding days. I can tell you that Slovakia is a democratic country. We are a country respecting human rights. We are a country that is a responsible partner and ally. We have clear anchoring in NATO and the European Union, and we are a fully fledged member of both. I think it's quite obvious that we are stating this in our documents, but not only in our documents, also we proudly endorse this with our actions. Our government, in its foreign policy direction, does not want to cast any doubt on this. We are quite convinced about the inevitability of our alliance. Now is the time when it's very necessary to talk about the importance and relevance of what alliance actually means, the word alliance. Just talked about the collective defense as an example. It is exactly in these days when we all can realize very well and very easily how strong and relevant and important collective defense is, and what is its role for the safety and security of countries and citizens of these countries who are members of this collective defense. What does an ally mean as a word? There were years when we lived for many years in safety and peace. We only recall and remember the times of war during the bank holidays and official holidays, and maybe we forgot, even though we were mentioning very often that freedom and peace are never to be taken for granted, but we still nevertheless forgot what it actually means to be an ally of someone. It's not only about taking, it's also about giving. It's not only about advantages and benefits, but it's also about commitments, because this is an essence of correct and responsible relationships. However, in Slovakia we are experiencing in recent months strong attacks just against our essential basic values and principles. We can say that these attacks they've been a long-term phenomenon. However, in recent months they have intensified dramatically. We perceive these attacks from the parts of the so-called disinformation scene, as we call them, but also from the ranks of extremists. And as I said, in the most recent months, unfortunately, these attacks have intensified. And just exactly the discussion about the DCA was the litmus paper that helped us to uncover many things that were not quite clear, and it's quite sad that the extremist scene and the disinformation scene has now new allies. Former leading politicians of this country have joined their ranks. People who, in their times, were endorsing the membership to the core of the EU, and these very people are becoming the leaders of this disinformation scene. They want to return us back to the period of the late 90s of the Prime Minister Mečiar, when we were an unacceptable partner to the West, basically the black hole, to quote Madeleine Albright. So let me ask you the question, do we want to return there? Do we want to return there? And I'm quite convinced that at this forum, and every single one who recalls the times of the Velvet Revolution, and it's very quick and prompt and clear, no, we do not want to return there. Slovakia has seen more than 30 years of period of freedom, period of building of democracy, period of realizing what democracy actually means. Yes, today, after more than 30 years of this development, of almost 30 years of independent Slovakia, we see that this is no easy road. This path sometimes takes us to crossroads, and perhaps we wouldn't even hope that the crossroads where we are standing today, we wouldn't even expect that we would get here. Nevertheless, here we are, and it shows a clear fact. Democracy, freedom, and peace are not to be taken for granted. They always stand and fall with people who trust in these principles and values, who endorse these principles and values, who are never silent, and who clearly declare this with their words and actions. And our government clearly endorses this. Just like I said, we are under various attacks. We are a target in a hybrid war. It comes with perhaps some historical, maybe not roots, maybe roots is not the right word, but nevertheless we see that the governments of the Slovak Republic, the previous governments of this country, have underestimated these situations. We were taking our membership in the EU and membership in NATO for granted. It is quite possible that we didn't appreciate it sufficiently, that we didn't explain and we didn't talk to our citizens how important and how essential this is for us as a country, as a nation. This is a challenge for us that our government certainly wants to take up in great detail and deal with it and address this challenge. If I may, let me briefly take a look over my shoulder why the current days and weeks are this crossroads that I mentioned. Because we have two groups of people here, and I'm very proud and very thankful for the people who remember the past crossroads that we took. Maybe the biggest crossroads from the 1989, maybe other important crossroads from 1998. These are the crossroads where people, democratic thinking people, people who have respect to human dignity and understand what freedom means, didn't hesitate. Their hearts were burning with desire to endorse these values, and their hearts are burning today as well, and they promote these values also today. But let me let me mention also the group of people who show their true colors in full nakedness. The people who either don't remember these two dates, or these two dates never were really important for them, just like they were for us. Let me just remember the year 1989 and the period before 1989. This was a period where these people lost their influence. However, the influence can always be provided by authoritative regimes and dictatorships, but we never want to see this again in Slovakia, and I say this as a prime minister of this government, of this country. So yes, we are at the crossroads, and our government will strongly invest in developing democracy. And these people, the other people, they will always pull us out of the EU. They will always try to pull us out from NATO, but we will firmly stand. They will not scare us. They will not scare us, just like they didn't scare us when we were deciding about the defense cooperation agreement with our allies. So this is why, for me, as the Prime Minister of this country, it is a priority, first of all, to revitalize the pro-democratic values. I want to build this revitalization on inclusion, so putting together, combining the pro-democratic forces and mobilization of these forces across the civic society, starting with the young people, continuing with the NGOs, artists, academia, politicians, leaders who are standing firmly behind these values. The upcoming years in Slovakia, the nearest future, will be about democracy, about freedom, about the rule of law, about human rights and values. Also, I want to build this defense on courage. We will not retreat to these alternative scenarios for Slovakia that put our security in danger, put the security and democracy in danger. It is important that we as the government increase the credibility and trust in the state as such, trust in the rule of law, fair government and a fair country that serves to its citizens. And it can't be done in any other way than by raising awareness, investing in education, and exactly by conducting various discussions and extending the space in education to include the values and to include teaching about the periods when we had to fight for democracy in Slovakia. So every single one of us had in their DNA an understanding of what was happening in Slovakia, how we won and achieved our democracy, and that it is the key principle and value without which we do not want to and we cannot live here today. Also, we want to strengthen the capacities for fighting disinformation. It means completing the center of hybrid threats and units at the respective ministries in relation to this activity. We will intensify our intelligence activity to uncover hybrid operations. We will strengthen the cooperation with our partners across the EU and NATO, but also with Ukraine, gladly. And of course, we will support the strategic compass of the EU, because shared evaluation and review of threats and challenges to our security environment makes us stronger together. And to conclude this, let me explain that we want to address the challenges of the future, not the challenges of the past. We want to master the green transformation. There is a great opportunity in it, new jobs, new investments, perspective for the young people, who we believe will not be leaving this country for good, but that they will return and invest in their own country, in their own homes. Also, this is about the support of free undertaking, space for new startups, new stars that represent Slovakia globally. There are quite a few, but we want to have more of them, more of these successful startups, and also the Recovery and Resilience Plan, which is a plan and an instrument to recover and increase resilience of this country. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude this by remembering the person who supported many of these values and endorsed many of these values with his life. He was one of the symbols of building of this democratic state and good image of Slovakia abroad. Today we are saying goodbye to him. I know that you had a minute of silence remembering Eduard Kukan, but it's very important to carry this person in our hearts and in our minds, because he was one of the leaders. He was members of the elite that lives in us and who built the strong basics and foundations of democracy and the Slovak foreign policy. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister, for your very open and well-structured address, where you touched upon the Slovak foreign policy issues that resonate in you. Before asking a couple of questions to you, I'd like to adequately welcome the Minister of Defense, Jaroslav Nať, who together with Ivan Korčok proved more than his human bravery in the past weeks. We listened to the President, and from your address it's clear that we are at a crossroad. And what we keep on saying, that we cannot challenge our membership in NATO or in the EU. Those are constant facts, and that we should rather focus on technical aspects When during the corona crisis the Recovery and Resilience Plan was announced, we thought that we would focus on more technical issues like how to make our country more digital, innovative, greener, etc. But surprisingly, many questions and topics have been put on the table that totally destabilized the discourse, and also the results of the survey cannot be overlooked, and we definitely should not ignore the results. The last week was a wake-up call, definitely, because what happened in the parliament was something unprecedented in its form and content. Has there been ever a moment that the Defense Cooperation Agreement would not be approved? Well, I don't think it was a wake-up call. It was rather a climax. Because as I keep on following the fake news, far right, and unfortunately the former top political representatives, their acts have been alluding to this climax, but they were covered. But at the end of the day, they just went open and very ruthlessly. They showed what are their true interests. We definitely don't want them to be top political representatives of this country. Those people with ruthless self-centered interests actually have caused wars in our history. We need political leaders that don't change their values, that are consistent, that stick to their values, to democracy, and I have seen in the process the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Defense how they really fought against all the fake news and the lies and everything that had escalated before the voting in the parliament. I was so happy for Petra Vlhova to win a gold medal on Wednesday morning, but I really felt relieved only after the DCA was approved, because Petra Vlhova is a symbol of our sport and talent in Slovakia, but the voting was a symbol of our basics. Where are our basics? The depth, the roots of our country, our direction as a country. So it was a really strong message, and I'm very glad that the kind of a Canadian perseverance was kind of present in those times, because Canadian hockey players are famous for their strong commitment and perseverance, and we really didn't give up, and we really fought against all the fake news and the lies. But on the other hand, it gives me huge energy for my future work, because if you want to set the strategy right, you need to know the status quo, and that was definitely a tip of the iceberg that disclosed who stands for what values and interests. Now we do have those two spectrums, and I'm very glad that now we clearly know who is interested in promoting democratic free Slovakia and who is not. When you visit Brussels, the prime ministers and leaders do have this doorstep session, and the journalists are pretty cheeky and bold, and they ask in every question, and you need to just answer when you visit Brussels next time, and you will get the journalists at the doorstep asking, okay, Prime Minister, you are coming from a country with the lowest popularity of the EU. And you will get this question. You represent a country where most of the citizens don't think it's good to be a member of the EU. So what would be your response? I'm an optimist. I see a glass half full. I am glad that we can observe the highest intensity of communication about the EU issues. And yes, this is a reflection of the fact that for many years we were not paying enough attention to this topic, but the upcoming 2 years will really focus on talks about democracy, values, and about our direction. This should be the main political topic, so that we yet again build the basic understanding of where we belong in the young population as well, so that it is inherent in all of us, so it is totally natural to all of us. So if this question comes, then I will be glad. Don't worry, be happy. But we need to really realize that happiness is not here for granted, but we need to just work on it and get used to it. Okay, you have mentioned that the fight against the fake news and hybrid war will become a priority in the second part of your term. We know that various ministries are opening departments fighting against the hybrid threats, but we see in Globsec trends that Slovakia, from all of the countries of the CE region, is the most prone country for accepting different fake news and kind of lies. So this is kind of situation, status quo, and we have the highest pro-Russian affinity from the region. Are you ready to hire more professionals to fight this phenomenon? Because just to say that, okay, we need to do something about it without having manpower for that, experts, not politicians, then we won't achieve much. And what do you think should be the role of the educational structure? Yes, we are ready, and we need to tap to the professional potential and also to other countries that could help us and we can learn from. Education is the basics, and now we are in the final stage of the reform of the curriculum for elementary education, and I think we need to revisit this reform, and we need to really give more attention to history and related topics, to pay more attention to key moments of the Slovak history and expand those topics to such an extent that students totally know what we are talking about. So it's sort of like gets into our genes, our system, because if anybody so that if anybody comes and challenges EU topics or other topics, then it wouldn't work, because if you understand things, it's difficult to challenge you and to kind of lead you to lies. Slovak society is shaken. We have gone through pandemic crisis, followed by economic crisis of unprecedented scope, and then energy crisis hit, and it's still around, and it raises doubts. And immediately after that, it was followed after the security crisis. This is a huge pressure on each and every human being. So no wonder those doubts are here. And this is really maneuvering space for any somebody who wants to destabilize the system and the people and their beliefs. And that's where we need to invest much more into preventing this fake news elements from flourishing, and we need to present the truth to the people and bring about the information that is important to the people, and also stability that is so much needed in the life of each and every one of us. We have resources, we have human skills, we have boldness. It won't be easy, but it will be manageable.
Slovakia has taken over its presidency in Visegrad 4 countries from Hungary this summer, and at the same time the Czech Republic will be presiding the European Union. So Czech Republic and Slovakia will be a frequent subject of discussion, of discourse, European discourse. But by the summer, we should be able to present our idea about the European Union when it comes to the conference on the future of Europe. Is this going to be a document where we are going to say or express what kind of European Union we want to see, and if there was supposed to be some small line, a note, which says Eduard Heger wishes that the EU is ... What would you add there? Well, yeah, I do look forward to this, and I also do look forward to the Slavkovský štít format, Slavkov format, which also includes Austria, and I want to coordinate my position with the Czech Prime Minister, because Czech Republic and Slovakia could coordinate the Central European space, because our value compass is set in a very similar direction, and we want to have our voice heard in the Central European territory. And for my own behalf, I want to say that I wish that Europe is much stronger, so that Europe is the global leader, not only in green topics. We have much more to offer to this world, because we are a beautiful continent, a diverse continent, and we know that unity in diversity is the most difficult thing to achieve, but we have all the possibilities to achieve it. So I want Europe to become a global leader, and to become a strong, peaceful, courageous, sovereign Europe for the benefit of its citizens, Europe that can put forth the best values for all people all around the world. The last question, before Madam Magda Vershariova wanted to talk to me, mentioning something about culture, that we could perhaps ask you about the culture. Let me ask a spiritual question, the last one on my behalf. The Pope, even though if he visits Slovakia, they're always in good mood, because they feel they visit an exceptional country, an exceptional territory. John Paul II was famous for his relationship to Slovakia. He said, realize that you have a special place in the architecture of Europe. Something like this, he said. I'm paraphrasing. And the Pope Francis, last year, besides having us in heart, he said that Slovakia is like a beautiful poem. Why do you think that for the popes, why do you think the popes have such a strong emotional reaction to Slovakia? I think this is caused by the mentality of our nation, of our country. We are a country that lets visitors experience acceptance. Acceptance, something that everybody likes, and we are very specific in this, but where we need to be stronger is, self-confidence. Self-confidence. Becoming aware of ourselves. And this makes me return to education. There's no self-confidence and self-awareness if I don't know my history, if I don't know my roots, if I don't know the importance of the respective milestones my country went through. And this, I believe, is the reason why not only the popes, but everyone feels good in Slovakia. And I'm convinced that we will develop this, and we will build on this, and on these foundations. And because this is a gift also for Europe. When we are sitting behind the table with the leaders of other countries, we see what the respective countries are particular about. And Central Europe is known for its flexibility, inventiveness, ability to adjust, but also, on the other hand, we need I believe, add more responsibility. Not only declared responsibility, but experienced responsibility when it comes to the rules, regulations, our alliance. We know we have this in ourselves, but we need to develop this, and we need to build on these foundations. This will be further enrichment for the European space. This is the 20th review conference of Slovak foreign policy. The first one was in 1999, and we've seen quite a few prime ministers, no offense, of course, and Magda Vašária was standing at the birth of Slovak Foreign Policy Association, who was always convincing us, sometimes in 1993, that we need such a non-governmental organization that would cultivate Slovak foreign policy and foreign policy awareness and understanding of our role in the world. So to conclude this, I'd like to give Ms. Vašária the privilege of asking her question as the chairwoman of the oldest non-governmental organization in Slovakia, which is called Živena. Thank you very much, Mr. Demeš, for the introduction, co-founder of Slovak Foreign Policy Association. Dear Prime Minister, in your speech, you were the only one in the past several months to mention artists. You used the word artists. And before you arrived here in the panel, we heard about the need for the new narrative of the Slovakia, modern European Slovakia, Slovakia which will leave behind its romantic 19th century roots, etc. But, you know, officials cannot do that, Prime Minister. Officials cannot do that. Politicians cannot achieve this. The new narrative of a modern Slovakia can only be created by artists, by people of creation, people of culture, people from culture, artists, and especially writers. Culture, unfortunately, is lost from all the plans. The Ministry of Culture is getting rid of its responsibilities, of its essential institutions. It's getting rid of it. I wanted to appeal to you, please, if we really want to accomplish this change, and we do need to accomplish this change, we cannot do this without creative people, the people of imagination. This is the only thing I wanted to tell you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. I totally agree with you. I mentioned artists intentionally because you said it better than I did. You know, creativity, imagination is something that supports any superb or above average results, and we want to achieve above average results. I totally agree with you, and on my behalf I can tell you that, well, first of all, I grew up in the cultural environment. Both parents were active in culture for many years, and I believe that I'm very strongly influenced by that. And this certainly is an area that is, yes, it is not talked enough. It's not talked about enough. We don't see enough culture in our plans, yes, but it is, again, about the civic society. Culture is the trigger of activization of citizens and their interest in the society they live in, not only in the public issues and public matters, but about everything related to public space. And culture can do it independently and in an attractive manner. So this is an area where our government wants to invest, and I'll be very happy if anyone who's interested helps us with it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much as well. This means the end of the discussion with the Prime Minister. I'd like to ask the whole audience in the room here of the Ministry of Foreign European Affairs. I'd like to thank the Prime Minister of the Government of the Slovak Republic on my behalf and on behalf of those in this room and on behalf of those who are watching us on the screen. And I'm happy that a number of international diplomats could listen not only to the Madam President but also to you, Prime Minister. Prime Minister, let me wish you sufficient volume of antibodies against COVID, but also antibodies against the human evil that you sometimes need to compensate, a great deal of optimism for the second half of the government whose tenure continues, and thank you very much. And it was very interesting to be here to talk to you and listen to your comment, Madam Vašáriová. So let me part with you with with the slogan that we have in the motto we have at the office of the government. We are building on experience. We are taking advantage of our strengths, and we never give up. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Ešte predpoludnie, vážený.
Very good late morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dear Deputy Minister, I'd like to welcome you all to our next panel, or introductory session to the next panel, that we will try to cover with Jaroslav Nat, the Ministry of Defense, who really deserves our respect for the courage and boldness he has demonstrated in recent weeks, when in the public discourse we can hear all those labels as traitors and treason, etc., directed towards him and other representatives, and we are in very, very difficult times, and we need to face this fact, exactly as the Madam President and the Prime Minister labeled the situation. I am Andrej Matiščák from Daily Pravda, and firstly we would like to talk, later on we will talk about the changes in the global security environment, and we have already heard the tribute to Mr. Kukan, former Minister Kukan, the politician. He was so unique and exceptional. It was very inspirational personality, really with strong values, and I would like to express my and our condolences to his family and close ones. Minister, I will just jump straight into the topic, and we have just got the news that Russia is pulling part of its forces, military forces, from the borderline with Ukraine. So it gives us feeble hope. At the beginning of this conference we were talking about what if we get a different type of news, that something has happened at the border of Ukraine. Everybody is watching the situation closely. Minister, your first reaction to this piece of news? Are you more hopeful that the situation may not result in the armed conflict? Thank you very much for your introductory words, and for opening up this discussion. First and foremost, I want to greet Eduard up there. This is a huge loss for Slovakia as such, but that's life, I guess. Eduard, all the best to you up there. And I want to mention something I haven't heard so far. I want to really greet Ivan Korczok. Ivan, if you are following this conference, cordial greetings to you. You were a great partner and companion in our fight. There couldn't be a better person to fight with me, and the same Miriam Mayer, my colleague from my ministry. Really, this was fantastic to fight together. Okay, so of course this piece of news you were referring to is a good piece of news, but we need to put things into context. If those words are going to be confirmed that this unreasonable or unjustified gathering of more than 170,000 soldiers together with fighting and technology and then military forces at the borderline, that is a clear-cut kind of a signal of a planned military attack. If this is not materializing and those numbers are going to drop in the upcoming days, then this is a good news. We all wish for peace. We all wish for de-escalation of tension, because the conflict that is in the air, the conflict in Ukraine would be harmful to everybody in the world. But I'm a very sort of like cautious optimist, so to say. So we need to follow what is going to happen next. Okay, Slovakia is EU member state, NATO ally or member. And how do you see the European dimension of diplomacy? Because in the first panel, the discussion focused on the strengths and weaknesses of the European policy, and the panelists really could not identify the strengths. So, from your perspective, here and now, what is the role of Europe in this very tense situation from the foreign policy perspective? I want to disagree with you when you said that Slovakia is not a direct part of those events. No, we are neighbors to Ukraine and we are members to NATO. And the potential negative impacts of escalation of this tension would be very significant in Slovakia. So we need to be very strongly present. That's why Ivan Korczok traveled to Ukraine. That's why our Madam President called with Zelensky. That's why our Prime Minister communicates with the representatives of Ukraine. I met with diplomats of Ukraine. Therefore, we are going to make decisions towards Ukraine. This all plays together. And I can't imagine any other situation that would be more relevant to us and we need to be involved in than this one. And of course the European Union needs to be a player in the whole process. And 10 years ago when we were talking that there is a minimum chance that there would be any major military conflict in Europe, now we see that this is not the case. The security situation is very fragile, and now this is the time when the EU can show its strength, when we can be all united and we are not going to make differences and be grouped into countries that some think that the south vector is more dangerous, others say that the eastern vector is more dangerous, others say that migration. Now this is the right time for Europe to show that we are a strong player. And of course we may have lower capacities when it comes to its military potential, because we can talk about a future of joint European defense. We are still at the beginning of the discussion itself, and there is an alliance that has adequate military forces, but we have a huge economic strength, and also at the cost of the fact that we could potentially lose from the short-term perspective. From the long-term perspective, we will definitely win, and we need to use our economic potential, considering all the problems we are facing, energy crisis, etc. And now we see how big a mistake was Nord Stream 2. So now we need to show what we can do, and the EU representatives shouldn't really get manipulated into the position that is so favorable for Putin. Putin wants to communicate with individual states, member states. He wants to divide us. Our common voice is very important. Okay, so I let you disagree with me. And yes, you are right. We are totally directly involved. Of course, Ukraine is our neighbor, and we should think about it. So yes, I didn't phrase it well. But you have mentioned that we will make certain decisions in the upcoming days or upcoming time. Could you maybe specify what we were talking about? I think I have I have almost spilled the beans, so you will know at the right time what I am talking about in more details. Madam President, who opened our conference, was very clear, and she said that she would really support the defense potential of Slovakia also by the presence of NATO forces. How does this discussion look like in the government, and what kind of steps Slovakia has made towards NATO? NATO that keeps on that talks about creating similar structures as are existent in Poland or the Baltic states. The discussion has actually ended up in a different place than it was supposed to due to circumstances. First, the communication about DCA was combined with the discussion on strengthening the strength at the eastern border, then the political discussion between certain political parties, and some political parties that used to represent that we are strongly anchored in NATO went to different arena, and I'm very disappointed by that. And on the top of that, the misinterpretation of pre-planned military maneuvers. We have been talking about it for 2 years ago, and this was misused for the sake of this situation. But the cyber strike military drill involves 7 countries. It is coordinated, and there is no problem in any country because we need to drill. And it was totally misinterpreted, and it was irresponsible, and it was misused for the political purposes. And the escalation of the situation in Ukraine, actually, all those factors resulted in a situation that many people started listening to to people and representatives that were trying to scare our inhabitants through hybrid means or lies. And this toxic cocktail and with the former political mainstream tapping into it, this is a problem. In 2004, we joined NATO because we realized that NATO guarantees our defense. We would never be able to defend ourselves by ourselves, and therefore, if the situation worsens at the eastern border, it's very natural for the NATO to do its homework, and that is to protect its members. This is very natural. Then it develops different plans to protect all its members, including the Slovak Republic. And after unauthorized and illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014, and after the kickoff of the frozen conflict that sometimes, starts burning in Donbas and Luhansk, various of our allies, Poland, Baltic states, have felt the need to have the military presence of NATO. And in the context of the events unfolding in Ukraine, the same need was felt by Romania, Bulgaria and Hungary. Why Slovakia should remain the only country from the eastern border that not only had the CA with the US, which turned us into the weakest part in the chain. Why we shouldn't take care of our defense? Why we wouldn't want the presence of the military forces in our territory?
So you support something like infrastructure in Slovakia? Yes, but we need to not only link it to the situation in Ukraine that Russians say they are withdrawing forces and we stop thinking about it. No, these are the plans, these are the long-term defense plans. And in case of a very significant deterioration of the situation, we activate the Article 5, and in preparation for activation of Article 5 of NATO, we would be asking our allies to come here. So if we create structures here consisting of units which has capabilities that Slovakia is lacking, and we are working on that, well then of course this is not only strengthening our defense capability, but it will also save our money. Because we will not have to invest as Slovak armed forces millions and dozens of millions into demanding capabilities that the alliance can just import here. So theoretically, if we create this structure and we have this experience from the Baltic republics and Poland, how this could be, what could be the interest of Slovakia? What capabilities in particular? Well, I don't want to advance too much because this requires also political discussion with our partners, but we can say what was also mentioned in the media. We have the offer from the Czech Republic, our ally, that if such structure was to be shaped, they would be able to provide the capabilities that we theoretically would be interested in and the soldiers that we would be interested in. But we are at the very beginning of this discussion. I'm flying tomorrow to Brussels to negotiation of NATO member states ministers of defense, but it's not a question of days or weeks until this decision. It will take longer, and we will see how the discussion is going to develop. Be that as it may, I would not turn this into a scarecrow. We are a member of NATO, we are proud and fully fledged NATO member, and if our allies are arriving here, we would be thankful and proud for that, and not to scare the population with total nonsense, which sometimes is on the border of mental health. We keep hearing the stories about raping of Slovak women in relation to DCA, which is absurd. This is not responsible at all. Minister, talking about the direction we should be taking, it was mentioned by the President, Madam President, and the Prime Minister. I'm talking about the hybrid threat. On the other hand, the President and also the Prime Minister partially mentioned the thing that we should not polarize the society. There still is a part of the population who are, well, maybe sometimes confused, but it doesn't mean that they are, pro-Russian agents, to exaggerate this a little, or they have some political agenda, They somehow perceive the information that are in great abundance, and sometimes people have problems, with processing information. You very often, very directly communicate your opinions, but how should we communicate with this, I hope, silent majority, I hope this is still a majority, which sometimes is just confused. They are not pro-Russian agents, or they wouldn't support authoritative tendencies. Yeah, I am absolutely confident this is a silent majority, and it's okay, and they are oriented, and I perceive this fact, and I'm happy that if the extremists managed to achieve something, and people who started to abuse the defense policy to political mongering and hate mongering, that they mobilize the actual silent majority. Huge number of positive and supportive messages I've received, a huge, incredible number, and these people think, yeah, okay, so far we've been silent because it looked everything is fine, but now seeing what's the alternative, now we have to raise our voice, and it's good, and I'm happy that this is happening. This is supposed to be like that. We want to be communicating openly and fairly, and it's a number of factors. I haven't been in politics for a long time, however, but I expect that the defense and the security of the country is not a matter of politics. We could be talking about membership in NATO, membership in the EU, the relationship with our allies. You can have a different opinion, okay, but fear-mongering with nuclear weapons, taking of the closing of the roads between Banská Bystrica and Sliač Airport, absurd lies spread by the people who should be responsible. This is what is very disturbing. And at the same time, we have local elections coming, and these mayors, the mayors and towns politicians, they know what's the truth. When they meet us, they tell me, I know this is stupid, but we need to play a little theater because the elections are coming. And this is not responsible politics, but I would rather tell you with full seriousness that I'd rather be blunt. I may sometimes sound arrogant a little, but I'll be telling the truth. And I'm willing to take back the political, backlash for that. But I will not I will not deal in fear. And if someone says, when you are an ambassador of Slovakia to the United States, you support DCA signing, but when you are in the opposition, then you are against it, And just like the former prime minister, when he became the leader of the opposition, he now says that this is a catastrophe, it's a treason. This is highly irresponsible because we're talking about the defense of our country. I will be communicating fairly and openly with people if I get adequate feedback. Or even if they disagree with me, if they are decent and polite, okay, fine. But if someone calls me someone accuses me of treason and selling out my country, well, sorry, and if we say that, a big hole requires a rough patch, then I'm all for that. Well, of course, the communication's different for everyone, but I hope you're right that, Minister, that perhaps the silent majority has woken up. Let's hope that in a few months, maybe, we will see also the public opinion polls that it is turning a little, because we've had a few quite disturbing and threatening results of public opinion polls in terms of how the Slovak population perceives who's causing the problems in Ukraine, because most people say it is USA and NATO and not Russia, even though the truth is pretty obvious. But we have the survey on the EU saying that the smallest portion of the population historically perceives the benefits of EU membership. So this is also related to hybrid threats that you mentioned and the President mentioned and the Prime Minister mentioned. Is there any plan for combating hybrid threats on the table? And could you perhaps tell us what for you means combating hybrid threats, and what's the goal of this combat? Well, it's going to be an action plan for sure. Hopefully it's going to be a combat. The fact is that we are truly preparing a document which has been interministerial comments procedure. It wasn't easy, but in the upcoming weeks we would like to submit this material to the government negotiation. It talks about 62 steps that needs to be performed at the nationwide level, it's government level. So it's not only the Ministry of Defense, but it goes above the ministries. So I hope it's going to be approved by the government. It's going to be one of the most important documents in this sphere, but not the only one, because a number of other ministries are preparing materials for cyber defense, etc., etc. So it makes me glad, and then also the support that was clearly declared by the Prime Minister makes me glad, because this is a very important topic. You just need to read the published reports by our intelligence authorities and trust. You can trust me when I read these non-public reports. I'm shocked by what is happening in this country. Really, we need to be very, very careful. Democracy is a great thing, and no one has ever came up with a better concept, but someone actually betrays their country and lawlessness they replace with they confuse it with democracy. So we need to strengthen our strategic communication, we need to strengthen our democracy, and we need to think about what is freedom of speech and what is spreading of false alarms. But if Kotleba and Masaryk are saying that there's going to be a concentration camp for non-vaccinated people in the military space of Lech, well, this is not freedom of speech. This is fear-mongering. Telling people that if they don't get vaccinated, they will be in concentration camp. This is a targeted, concentrated, willful, deliberate attack, which has nothing to do with supporting our nation, our democracy, and our state, but it's actually promoting the interests of other powers. Well, this panelist title is Change of Global Security Environment, and I'm sure we could be talking about this topic for long hours. But what do you think are the major elements of this change of global environment, and how the armed forces of Slovak Republic are preparing for it? These elements of change are numerous. We could be talking about China. Okay, what is most worrisome for Slovakia? What concerns Slovakia the most is obviously the situation in Ukraine. There's no doubt about that. When we talk about hybrid operations, I'm convinced that a number of these hybrid operations which are taking place in Slovakia are taking place to influence public opinion in relation to what is happening in Ukraine. That's a fact. And let's not pretend that strengthening of the influence of China globally is not concerning us. It is. China is really using its capital, its economic capital, to secure strategic ports, airports within the EU. This all has influence on Slovakia as an EU member, and some of the locations are very close or in our territory. This is a fact. These are the elements of change. And also the unpredictability of steps. There are a number of conflict zones around the world. Americans focus more on India-Pacific area. They want the EU to take over more military responsibility. We are gradually succeeding to increase defense budgets. We were at 1.63, now we are at 1.8 billion, and I believe, well, I'm a realist, I don't think we will not achieve 2%, so 1.63%, now it's 1.83%, so we will hopefully get close to 2%, and we will modernize the military, not only in terms of capabilities and technical capabilities and infrastructure, which is extremely important and was neglected, but also in terms of preparedness and resilience to new threats, cybersecurity, a number of other things, intelligence capabilities, and a number of things that we live in this ministry on a daily basis. And I can tell you that I'm actually quite happy in terms of what information we are collecting, what the military intelligence is doing. Apart from the past, let me knock on the doors, there are no affairs in relation to military intelligence. We are sharing relevant information which clearly reflects something that we are calling hybrid threats to Slovakia. So we have also a question from Slido, and there's a question about NATO. Sometimes it seems that NATO is not unified. Isn't this also a reason for low trust of the citizens? And let me ask you directly, are you convinced that if something happened in the Baltic republics or Poland, God forbid, do you think that Article 5 would really be respected principle, and we would all support our alliance?
I'm totally convinced about that because I used to work in NATO. This is a holy grail. This is totally unquestionable. This is what the alliance is based on. It was established in 1949, and in 73 years of its existence, it has managed to secure the fact that nobody has ever dared to attack any of its members. So that's why it is the most successful defense alliance. And yes, we do have defense plans of alliance, and everybody keeps on saying that in case of an attack, everybody else is going to react, all the other members. And I really didn't understand the question that about the alliance not being unified. And yes, sometimes there are discussions, but it adopts all its decisions in single voice, and there is stability. And I do believe that it will agree on its new strategic concept in Madrid in the upcoming summit. And if somebody is misusing statements taken out of context, for instance, of President Macron about clinical death, etc., this is absolutely not fair. And You know, that's why the Warsaw Pact collapsed, because its member states didn't want it to exist. And we shall not forget that the Warsaw Pact attacked one of its members. So this was a very important factor. Mr. Strażaj. We are very sorry, but we do not hear the question. The interpreters apologize. The speaker is not using microphone. Thank you.
Ďakujem, Tomáš. A ja...
Thank you very much. When I was in the auditorium and the Prime Minister was speaking, I had this idea that it's so bad that there is not a NATO flag here on the stage. Yes, we don't have such kind of affinity, or we don't use NATO flag so often. There are countries that use it all the time, such as Poland, and then there are other countries that use it less. But still, we need to, we really should promote our membership in NATO. The public supports our NATO membership by 63%. This is the highest ever. And I wouldn't be so pessimistic about the EU, even though I have seen the survey. If people were to decide whether yes or no, 36% of the EU citizens was yes, 26% was I don't care, and then the rest was no. People in Slovakia do feel that this is not relevant to us, but if people realize that most of the public development happens from the EU money, and if we have taken away freedom of travel, or working abroad, studies, Schengen zone away from the citizens, then I think they would change their opinion. People do have short memory, and we need to communicate this with the citizens. I had the same idea about the flag. We do have the Ministry of European and Foreign Affairs. Maybe we should have Ministry of Defense and NATO. I would like to redirect our discussion to national arena. The defense ministry has submitted a new concept of defense and also the amendment of the military act or act on defense, and my question is, the ministry, what is your vision when it comes to development of active
Toto je veľmi komplexná
military backup reserves? Okay, we need to break this question. By the mandatory military service, abandoning this concept, we have less people who would be actively ready and prepared for active defense of our country. We have very limited reserves, so we can only get a couple of dozens of people annually. In the Czech Republic, they have an easier system. They have a structure the system in such a way that this who will become a member of active military reserves would need to have military history or would have needed to be a former soldier, and we should follow the Czech road, the Czech pathway. The system is being subject to change, and I'm glad you have mentioned it, because this is one of the important aspects that I really give priority to as a minister. And the second aspect, when talking about reserves, military reserves, this has to do with mobilization. This is potentially unwanted phenomenon. In case of mobilization, in case of military conflict, or in case of direct jeopardy or threat, and we need to make legislative adjustments in order to be ready and better prepared, because it seems that the current legislative process is really obsolete. The war has also, the military things have also speeded up, and we need to be much faster in order to be able to defend ourselves. Okay, we need to close our discussion, but Professor Sten wants to say something, so I'd like to hand it over to him. I don't have a question. I would just like to follow up on Tomáš Strážaj's comment. I have an experience that if the basic information on NATO gets to the kids, if the Ministry of Education sort of includes it into the curriculum, and the children then talk about what they were learning, and then they come home and they discuss with their parents and grandparents about the subject, then it brings really benefits. It is very useful, and I totally agree with you. And just recently we approved that the government document the concept on defense, about the perception of defense on the national level, social level, and there are particular tasks regarding readiness, military readiness and defense readiness to become part of the curriculum. And this will go far beyond what is happening now, that we visit students of elementary and high schools and universities and we discuss matters of reliance, but it will be much more systemic and comprehensive. I totally agree with you, and we are really making specific steps, and we definitely need to do things in this arena. I used to teach, and in 2000 I was in a group of young teachers who were trying to really increase the number of topics related to NATO in the curricula. However, not much has changed. There are many questions, but unfortunately we need to close our discussion because the minister needs to leave. Very happy, Minister, that you found time, carved out time for this conference, and thank you for your attention. Good luck.
Pán štátny, počujeme sa? Zmrzli sme? Asi u neho. Dobre, tak budeme musieť vyriešiť tento. Dobrý deň, pán štátny, počujeme sa? Asi nie, zatiaľ. My máme vypnutý? On má vypnutý? Prosím vás, máte vypnutý mikrofón, myslím? Áno? Tu je? Dobre. Dobre. Haló.
To vypína? Ne?
Nejde. Ešte chvíľočku strpenia, technické veci.
We'd like to ask for a few seconds of your patience. We need to deal with some technical issues.
Nie? Zavolím asi. To bude najlepšie, lebo...
Už by to snáď mohlo ísť.
Hej.
Haló, haló, počujeme sa?
Výborne. Počujeme sa, áno?
Okay, so it seems that we finally hear each other. Good afternoon, State Secretary. Okay. Now, it seems that both parties hear each other with a little bit of echo. Okay, you will hear me twice. That's good. No, just kidding. Good afternoon. Once again, welcome all of you who are still in the room. We know how this happens. After the politicians leave, the room gets a bit emptier, but the turnout is still good. Dear ladies, dear gentlemen, welcome to the next panel of our review conference. You know, all politics is local, after all, so it's not, even though it's foreign policy, it is our foreign policy and our foreign policy conference, our review conference. Let me follow up on the discussion we've had with the Minister of Defense, Mr. Nagy. We have panelists, 4 of them, and I need to point out one thing. It doesn't happen very often. I'm very happy, I'm glad we have a balanced panel. We have 2 ladies and 2 gentlemen. Yeah, instead of me there could be another lady, sure. There's more than enough of ladies who would manage even better than me. Nevertheless, this topic is very important for me to emphasize, because this is what we also need in foreign policy. So let me welcome online the State Secretary, Marian Mayer, the State Secretary of the Ministry of Defense, who unfortunately has a positive COVID test. Hopefully you are positive also in your mind, not only in terms of antigen to COVID-19 or antibodies to COVID-19. Nevertheless, we hope, State Secretary, that you will be okay and your disease will be over very soon. Thank you very much for being with us online. I'd like to thank you. And now, as we said, we have panelists also here in the room. Lucia Jar, Editor-in-Chief in Euractiv. Katarina Klingova, who is with Globsec, who is in charge of hybrid threats in Globsec and new trends in disinformation spreading. Thank you. Welcome. And Alexander Duleba, we could say on the home turf, because Alexander, as you all know, comes from Slovak Foreign Policy Association that also prepares this conference. So we are honored by your presence, Mr. Duleba. We will not talk for too long. There will be no, opening 5 minutes of speech, because then this turns to 10 or 15 minutes. So let me directly, in medias res, follow up on the thing that Minister was mentioning, and realizing this is a thing that we are all following very closely because it's very important for us. So let me put a similar question that I actually did to Minister. How do you explain, how do you perceive the message about the withdrawal of at least one part of Russian forces from the Ukrainian borders? Is this a symbol of something positive perhaps? And has the diplomacy played its role in this development? I might not be fully protocol compliant, but since we have an expert here on Ukraine, perhaps there's no better expert on Ukraine in this country. So let me ask you first, Mr. Dulabar, what's your take on this? It's good news for sure. It's good news, finally, a piece of good news after many, many long weeks of negative or bad news. And I also had the possibility of reading or watching the piece of news in the first Russian channel, which it was the information about the Putin meeting Minister of Lavrov, the foreign minister of Russia, then Defense Minister Shoigu, and there was a clear signal from the Minister of Lavrov that negotiation must continue, that he received the mandate to negotiate, which is great news. But at the same time, it was emphasized that the negotiation will not go on forever, which can be interpreted as well. I don't take the liberty of interpreting what exactly this means. Nevertheless, we will see what happens. I mean, I'm afraid that this is going to be, in the State Duma, there is the proposal of declaration of independence of both these separatist republics. So there's going to be a lot of strong diplomatic and political activity. So both these republics will, declare themselves as independent countries, and the Russian army will be there. I mean, it doesn't have to be 100,000 Russian soldiers. It can be just 10,000 soldiers. And there's a great dilemma for Ukraine, how they will react to that, because it is Ukrainian territory, of course, and even though if we pretended until now that these are, just unidentified people in uniform, now there's going to be a Russian army officially, so how Ukraine will react. It's not easy to say, well, let it be, because when we talk about public opinion, in the case of Ukraine, the support of Ukrainian accession to NATO is much, much larger, and also in terms of how Ukraine should react to the Russian aggression. So being a Ukrainian politician, for example, the President Zelensky now, if really tomorrow the regular Russian army will go into these separatist republics and telling the nation, like, okay, let's just leave it as it is, you can't do that, and it's going to be, shifting the ball to the other part of the court, because now the pressure will be transferred internally inside Ukraine. There's 13% political party which would support this sort of agreement with Russia. Let's agree to the Russian conditions, and basically all the President Zelensky was suggesting this, which was of course a very different situation. That was a very different situation. He was a different president, and he had maybe naive ideas, like he said, we will meet, we will talk, and we will find a solution. That was very naive, and it didn't work like that. So we can witness, if this scenario is true, that there will be Russian military in there, it will be a mechanism to transfer this pressure and then tension internally. So how will Ukrainians decide? They will go fight, and what will they tell to Europe? And if the Russians are withdrawing and you are attacking, the whole matrix will turn, the tables will turn basically. And in the logic of the chess play from the Russian part. Now they understand after weeks of visits and negotiation, Biden, Scholz, Macron in Moscow, they understand that there truly is unity, that if they start something, there will be a unified, hard and severe reaction, economic sanctions, strengthening of the eastern wing of NATO, etc., etc. So this was a diplomatic thing that the West managed successfully, if this is the result of that, of course. But of course, that the game is not over. It's quite obvious, which is from the meeting of the ministers and the President Putin.
And so there was a very strong message. If this is true, then this is the way how the second round can start. The second round of proving that Ukraine is not trustworthy, is not stable, that it's actually a country that you need to agree with us what we need to do with this country, and you will need to accept in the end of the day that we have taken over Crimea, etc. But those are speculations. This cannot be won by military forces from either of the sides, but this is an information war. This is going on in other countries, and Ukraine will still be the battlefield. And the war is going on, and it would be a very naive thing to believe that it's over. So I don't think that the game is over. Definitely not. So of course, this was a relief, but this is not the end. And how to shift it inside of Ukraine? Maybe Slovakia, we were the most ready from the Western countries, where something could have been they could have done, but and if they have had 6 to 7 Slovakias, they would dare to do other things. But since this hasn't happened, there will be a new stage of the conflict, and we should be able to read it, to understand it, because there will be very inconvenient things, many inconvenient things, and there will be a PR that will serve to the narrative. Deputy Minister, I will ask the same thing as I have asked the Minister, and Mr. Damesh was saying that maybe we have cheeky questions as journalists, but the Minister kind of alluded to the fact that we are planning as a country to support Ukraine, to do something. I was listening attentively to the Minister, and the Deputy Minister never says more than the Minister, so I would leave it there. Let me just say that there is this impression that Slovakia is lagging behind or hasn't done much when it comes to help to Ukraine. I know that the current politics is happening online, and everybody tries to be the forerunner when it comes to the news. And many of experts sitting at the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs know that foreign policy is well thought through, and not always you need to be the first one, but you need to give the adequate answer. So if we have made use for discussions, for assessing the needs of Ukraine, our possibilities, and consulted our partners, then we would and we will react very soon and very clearly. I think Slovakia is very transparent when it comes to its foreign and European policy. And there can be no doubt that the current Slovak government supports single and unanimous approach of the alliance and of the EU, and also long-term commitments or long-term issues such as territorial integrity of Ukraine, etc. And so it's not only about the assistance, even though even though the symbols are really important. We do perceive it, and we believe that the Slovak government will act responsibly and is already acting responsibly. An add-on question. Our unity in the EU and Western world and transatlantic treaty is the strongest thing we have at hand in this current situation, the strongest thing we can show to Russia. You definitely participate in different meetings, negotiations with the partners, and the communication between both sides of Atlantic is very intense. How is it going? Is it rather smooth process, or is it a bumpy road? Due to the fact that actually there is this level of realization that we are at the gateway of conflict. Well, without painting the picture in pink, I really believe that all the countries intensively realize how serious is the situation. I remember the times of the crisis of Crimea annexation, and the messages from NATO were kind of like conflicting. There were countries that didn't realize back then what it meant and tried to kind of downplay the situation and the risk. And I think this is the lesson we have all learned. So now even those countries that are not as strict as some others, now there is not any country that would challenge steps that are taken by the alliance. And of course, a very constructive US approach is of help. The US and the US administration comes and approaches its allies also on a bilateral level to learn about the attitudes and positions, exchange or learn the intelligence. And this is great. It's not about somebody announcing what is going to happen and everybody just needs to join. So it's a great combination of the circumstances, and I believe that it's really good that the individual stakeholders are pretty concise and clear when it comes to their action, and I think this is a bit disturbing for Vladimir Putin and Russian administration, and that's why Minister Lavrov keeps on reiterating and wants us to answer each for its own. Like, they want single answers from member states. They want to break our unity, but they are not getting there. Thank you very much. And I have a short announcement for you. We have invited the representative of one of the opposition parties to our panel, but unfortunately, due to workload and time constraints, he couldn't participate, just to be on the fair side. And unfortunately, the Speaker of the National Parliament won't be able to make his presentation, but maybe this will give us more time for discussion. Now, have a question for Ms. Klinkova. Ukraine is our neighbor. We have border with it, and Ukraine is a big state. It's definitely not a small country. What does Ukraine mean for the EU? We should get back to 2014 and what happened back then. This didn't have to do with the fact that Ukraine wanted to join NATO or something alike, but we're talking about the association agreement. And since we are talking about the EU and strategic compass and similar things, we need to look to our neighbors. And Ukraine is our neighboring country. What does it mean for us? You have mentioned that Ukraine is a huge state, but it's not the only huge state at our borders. Next would be Turkey and other countries. So, we haven't learned what to do with the neighboring issues. Maybe, there are some particular efforts, but there's no political will in various areas. And maybe I will detour from Ukraine for a bit, and I will focus on the political will, on the European political will in the context of the efforts for the European sovereignty to be a real player when it comes to the conflict between Ukraine and Russia. The political will is lacking, but since you have mentioned strategic compass, it doesn't pay attention to this topic. So we have certain capacities, we have military capacities. Actually, we have different European institutions. And the EU has certain potential, but we can't use it. We weren't able to use it. We weren't able to use the European peace instrument that was to replace the Athena system. And the new tool that was to fund the peace talks, etc. We had enough people to send to such hotspot. European Union is working on it, but we still are lacking political will in order to have a leverage. And this is not a bipolar world anymore. We have multiple major forces, major leaders. We have the US, China, Russia, EU. We are economic superpower. We have the biggest volume of trade, actually bigger than China. We are a normative power. And this is my preferred topic, really, because we are a bureaucratic machine, and we manage to develop norms in areas that have been uncovered and that are really the baseline: media, hybrid social networks, etc., GDPR and others. Yes, we don't like them, but we are getting to the international level and actually to the global level, and other countries are getting inspiration from us. So yes, we are superpower, and we need to learn how to protect our soft force. Because, okay, I was saying that this is not a bipolar world anymore, but multipolar world, and our power is also measured by our defense capacity. And the efforts to take on the hard power are growing. And now I'm getting to this point that there is weakness in the defense capacity of the European Union, and we feel it here in Slovakia because the EU, whether it wants it or not, maybe also due to external influences, maybe also due to the US, the EU wants to have functional and efficient defense. It needs it. There are structures. We are building it. We are developing it, but we are still lacking political will. And also, I believe that here the premises of the Ministry of European and Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Defense, I am not in the talks directly, but I still believe that all those structures that the EU is trying to develop in the area of defense, we are not paying enough attention. And because they are still not working well, but we shouldn't forget about it, because NATO partners want it from us, US wants it from us, and we need to have partnership. We need to have an eye-to-eye type of partnership, not really unequal, because otherwise we won't be able to work in this environment, and then we need to be able to actively work in those conflicts as at the Russian-Ukrainian border.
Amen.
Ms. Kalingova, you deal mainly with hybrid threats and the issue of spreading disinformation and related areas. Can we say, from your, based on your research, to what degree in this disinformation scene at this moment, but also in the long term, there's the importance of the topic of the relations between Russia and Ukraine, Russia versus NATO, Russia, EU. How important this topic is at this disinformation scene, and how does the scene actually approach these topics, and how this impacts the Slovak public opinion. The relations between Russia and NATO, Russia, EU, or the geopolitical orientation of the respective countries, whether it's Slovakia or other EU countries in our region, are one of the primary objectives or primary narratives of this disinformation scene. All various actors that are spreading conspiracy theories or disinformation. We don't observe this only for the moment, but we've been observing this for years. I've been working for Globsec, I also work for the Center of Democracy and Resilience. Our center was established in 2015 because it was exactly at that period of time, with the annexation of Crimea and the conflict in Ukraine, we saw overnight how some online websites started to deal with the geopolitical questions. They started to spread conspiracy theories about why Slovakia should leave the NATO, should leave the EU. They started to spread various disinformation about the Brussels narrative, conspiracy theories about Slovakia serving as a territory for nuclear weapons, or for movement of the Allied forces as a preparation for occupation of Slovakia by NATO forces, etc., etc. These are narratives which are the objective of actors spreading disinformation. Unfortunately, as the Prime Minister said, or the President, Madam President, or the Minister of Defense all mentioned, that recently we've seen a great increase in intensity, and a large number of political actors are taking over these narratives, and they help spreading these conspiracies. That's why it is very important to have the debates just like today, debates with ordinary people and citizens, to show them what really is behind these PR games and populist discourse of not only our politicians, but as Mr. Duleba pointed out, Russia is, maybe withdrawing its units for now from the Ukrainian border, but the next round of the PA game starts, and it will take months. And the conflict itself, was preceded by almost 2-year information operation, where a number of pro-Russian actors or the media machinery of Kremlin was spreading huge volume of disinformation and about Ukraine, about its representatives. So this is a long-term process, and we need to be able to react efficiently to any informative operations spreading not only in Slovakia, not only about Slovakia, but also about NATO, the EU, at home and abroad. I don't want to be provocative for no reason. Let me just say that I want to make sure we learn our lesson, and I will also ask this question to the State Secretary who is directly involved. Ms. Klinkova, you said that these things have been taking years, and I guess all of us here have encountered them in one form or another. It reached its climax in the DCA debate, but we will probably continue also afterwards. Looking back at our shoulder, over our shoulder, it's not about empty criticism. It's about learning a lesson. Was there anything in strategic communication that could have been done better or that could have been done differently? Obviously, there were factors that no one expected to materialize, just like the general prosecutor and his role. Nevertheless, we could have known that it will, that this will raise some eyebrows. So was there something we could have done differently? Well, of course, we've analyzed the strategic communication of the Slovak Republic in 2019, and we found out that already at that time there were very few, I think only 3 public authorities dedicated to strategic communication. Of course, in relation to the elections and the change of the government, there was obvious change in strategic communication, there was improvement, but we still cannot expect that the strategic communication of the whole country in such matters will be taken care of by 4 or 5 representatives. This must go across the board. It must be agenda by all central authorities, state authorities. It must be also supported by the regions where these narratives need to be amplified, and this is not happening. Various analyses show that opposition leaders or the disinformation scene, they have established a network of Facebook pages, Facebook groups, or websites that very efficiently amplify the narratives. Already in 2017, SNS, the political party of Marian Kotleba, had 130 Facebook pages. They've created the whole network across various levels, all across the Slovak territory, which helped them very quickly and efficiently amplify their various disinformation narratives. So we are missing this. We are missing a coordinated effort and coordinated strategic communication at the state level, which needs to be interlinked, where the respective central public authorities will be sharing, supporting the narratives. Of course, we don't expect the respective ministries to amplify some messages, but they need to find their own narratives within their respective agendas that fulfill the building of democratic society, protection of democratic processes in Slovakia, and that support strengthening of the message that we are NATO, we are the EU, that we are the West, right? And not that Slovakia can be the bridge between the East and West, because we are the West, and we need to emphasize this across all the levels and across all the ministries. We've already heard Professor Stern. We've heard also Madame Vashariova. We need to involve the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Culture, to really support the long-term work of building a very strong strategic narrative, positive narrative of Slovakia, build the culture, build the values between us. This is not a question of selected ministries, this is a question of the whole society. Nationwide approach. Mr. Duleba, after listening to the colleagues here, I just came up with an idea. You know, I see an issue here, and we haven't been talking about it yet. You know, this, you know, how to grasp the fight against disinformation, and I compare the 90s with the present, or with the period 2014, 2022. In the 90s, we were meeting even with Mr. Chmelar and Mr. Charnogorski in various discussions, but we were all using rational arguments, and they were using rational arguments, so it was a rational debate, even though we may have disagreed, but it was a rational debate. But what is happening now, and it's a result of this information war, the war of disinformation, is that you can't build a counter-information policy if you only appeal to reason, to rational thinking, because this disinformation today is about emotions. If you don't have an argument, then you're a Jew, you're a foreign agent or something. We didn't have this really in the media in the 90s or in the discourse. You know, this is about liquidation of someone who has rational arguments, because I have no rational arguments, so I attack ad hominem. I will cast their identity because, you know, he or she is paid by a foreign power, or, you know, I just raise an emotion. And ordinary people, they get an emotion and they start to believe these emotions. So my question is, how can this be stopped? Even if the whole state administration was appealing to rational thinking, they will give rational information, but simply, if you fail to appeal to emotions, if there's no emotional charge, how can you succeed? You know, I'm afraid this is not going to have an effect, even though if we were doing this from morning to evening, you know, from dawn to dusk. You can't do this without it. It's not enough if ministries will do something or self-governments will do something, but we have information space where the government, for the benefit of its own information safety, security, is obliged to provide citizens with objective information. We can't ban or prohibit those who actually promote different narrative, because this is this goes against the freedom of speech, obviously. But two key things that I personally haven't noticed, it's just my personal experience, it's that there's been a major shift. The information is not about the rational message anymore, but the disinformation wave is raising emotions. It's, you know, the objective is to raise negative emotions. So overall, there's no focus on emotions on our side. How are we actually going to do that? How are we actually going to ensure, because it's not enough to give rational arguments. Unless there's no emotions, we will be losing. We will just be inefficient, because the debate is elsewhere. We are at a different level. I mean, we could be talking here at this forum, all of us, we are rational people, we like the facts, but this is totally different debate, totally different debate. Ladies, anything about the DCA debate? Yeah, just one remark. I think, and it's been also repeated many times, even though I should be talking about the EU, but also at the level of the EU, there's an effort, and I reflect this quite intensively, that we should be getting closer to the citizens. Let's bring them the topics that they understand. We need to explain them. But how do you explain bank union? How do you explain fiscal union? How do you explain DCA, which is pretty much a technical document only? I mean, you can't really simplify that. And as soon as you try to simplify it, you are getting into, you know, we are cornering ourselves, and we can only be shouting, and that's the only emotions we can put into it. So I personally don't think that we need to explain everything for any price, at any price. because not everyone will understand. I mean, I'm also not a football expert, so I won't comment football, and I'm not trying to understand football. So everybody has opinion on everything here, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't mean that if you see something on social networks that you should respect everyone's opinion. You know, the silent majority is still here, and it's very intensively present. So just a comment. Perhaps it's a bit out of control, but when you had the Ministry of Defense with DCA and there was interdepartmental commerce procedure, I mean, it was too silent. And we thought, all of us, you know, such an agreement, there's no debate, and then it started, right? So maybe the ministries could remain with their technicalities, with their technical details when it's necessary, and not to launch into debates about concentration camps for unvaccinated people. Really, you know, it's absurd, you know. State Secretary, what would be your essential lesson learned from this debate? And again, it's not about empty criticism, it's just about the lessons learned, because there's going to be more debates of various types, maybe about the advanced presence of NATO in maybe also in our territory. So what's your essential lesson learned from this debate we've had in the past weeks? Well, the colleagues have said a number of very important observations, and it's all true. You know, the essential lesson we learned, and I learned personally, is that there's no foreign politics and security consensus for the country. This is the lesson we've learned. Because whether we were quiet or not, well, yes, we could be discussing whether the communication strategy was right or it was wrong, but it's necessary to differentiate what we've heard. Communication strategy about this particular agreement, DCA, and the other thing is the whole context of strategic communication for the past 2 years of this government.
And I totally agree here that we are not going to save something, a single thing, if we have underestimated something during the previous 2 years. This is just a matter of fact. And what's important and what counts is that the lack of consensus has its consequences, and I can speak on my behalf, but maybe of some of my colleagues. We haven't presumed or expected that some politicians will react the way they did. The fact that Mr. Fico, former Prime Minister, reacted in this way was not a great surprise, but the fact that the political party, The Voice, has decided to pursue this way, and it was just a matter of communication, not of conviction, that was a surprise to us, and I think this was a mistake for them, and it will bounce back onto them, but that's their problem. But what it is the problem of the overall communication here is that the consensus is lacking, and we need to opt for other communication tools and strategies. And this is also connected to the fact and to the question how to communicate about topics that are basically boring, that people are not interested in. This kind of an agreement is of no interest to most of the public. Maybe this very one was interesting because it was an agreement with the US, but we have similar agreements, bilateral agreements with other countries. But how to communicate those facts that are not interesting for the public, and you just want to communicate facts? If there is no consensus among politicians, it's even more complicated. We have had individual voices, but today politicians have found out, and this is a matter of fact, and this doesn't apply only to Slovakia but to many other countries, but that you can capitalize on emotions of your citizens. And they basically don't care what they say. The only thing that matters to them is that they get political support and constituency. And sometimes the politicians actually don't say something they are convinced about just in order to collect supporters. And this is very complicated. How we are going to communicate topics we thought had been already resolved, that there is no need to communicate about them anymore. And this is a lesson to be learned not only by our ministry but the whole government. We need to revisit the basics and start communicate the basics to the people. Because now anybody can write anything to Facebook, knowing there are no sanctions. And until this situation prevails, we will face the situation of people disseminating lies and misinformation, and we will need to fight it. This is a very comprehensive thing, and this has to do with the action plan against hybrid threats. And we need to take a comprehensive approach, starting from elementary schools, NGOs, civil society, and other organizations, when we know that in some cases we know about some organizations that are funded from murky sources, and we need to look into that. And we need to realize, and we need to really pay attention to the media coverage of important topics. I was very disappointed by the fact that how the public television covered the DCA. They were justifying their attitude by argument that they just want to represent diversity of opinions, but this is not the case, because you cannot justify dissemination of lies by diversity of opinions, because where else you should learn the truth than in the public television or public media, and this is very important. So we need to have a long-term strategy and communication strategy. Also, those are comprehensive questions, and there are no easy answers to them. And we know this in the world that yearns for simple answers to complicated questions. And just a short comment. I've had this feeling that there used to be a foreign policy consensus, but it's in a way it's a myth. Most of the politicians are just ordinary people, and the survey has showed that our affinity to NATO or the EU is very utilitarian and shallow. And I think that the politicians just represent the society and the public, and there has been a shallow consensus on certain questions that were of importance. Later on, I would like to ask the auditorium and those who follow us. And since this panel is titled "The Change in the Global Security Environment," my question is, what do you consider to be the biggest security challenge or problem for Slovakia? from the global perspective? I know this is a very broad question, and probably you could write a thesis or a couple of theses on that, but try to squeeze it into a couple of minutes and give it a European perspective. I'm quite surprised that I haven't heard this so far today. And I was thinking about what the fellow panelists will say on this topic. Only Madam President touched upon that. And this is that if somebody believes that there is a bigger threat to anybody on this planet but the climate change, then that person is from a different galaxy. We definitely need to pay much more attention to this topic than anything else. And the institution that is helping us is the European Union, the EU. When we realize that it is a symbol of many superpowers, the EU is definitely a symbol of fight against the climate crisis. When we look south, and I won't elaborate on that, if temperature rises by 1.5 degrees in Saheli, then the only crops it will bring is terrorism or immigration. And this rings the bell in the security issue. Arctic region is not a hot topic. Those are all topics that we somehow keep on overlooking, but those are pressing issues. And if we can't face them, this will knock us down. And the EU is trying to be active. When I have mentioned this bipolar and multipolar world, if the EU wants to be a leader, it needs to be taken serious. And I come back to my point, is that the European sovereignty in defense is the baseline also in this issue. Deputy Minister, what do you consider to be the biggest global challenges and the challenges for Slovakia in the defense arena? I totally agree. The climate crisis is overlooked or downplayed in Slovakia, and not enough attention is paid to it, even though the government is trying to make certain steps, but only on general level. And I also think that at the European level, it should be more specific. When it comes to me, the biggest challenge is the overall transformation of the security environment in the context of new tools and technologies related to defense and protection. We have heard in the previous panels about the cyber threats, cyber security, AI. This opens up so many possibilities. And unfortunately, we cannot hear the Deputy Minister for... Okay. So, and we are not ready for many of those challenges, not only at the national level, but neither at the EU level or the level of NATO. So that's why Slovakia should support potential centers of excellence that focus on those issues, because we can't deal with this on the national level. We need to join forces. And this will definitely need adequate funds. So, how do you, Deputy Minister, something has been alluded by the Minister, but how defense forces or military forces are getting ready for those challenges?
Well, perhaps a sub-question or sub-answer. Well, NATO NATO should be preparing, and Slovakia as such should be also preparing. So this means investment into education, foremostly, and investment in other forms of educational institutions, etc., etc. When it comes to armed forces, in particular, naturally, this must mean investment into staff, which is not so traditionally oriented on, technology or hardware or military procedures, but also oriented on capabilities of different type. And we also have the educational institution, the military academy of Slovak Republic, which is related to adjustment of educational procedures. And we have other partners, educational partners, where we send our staff internationally. We have, for example, Center of Excellence for Space Policy in the French city of Toulouse, and it's just an example, right? And we discuss whether we should send a person there, whether we should invest in their education, etc., etc. But these are things that may not bring effect in 1 year time or 5 years time. But I am convinced we need to be thinking much more. We need to think in the horizon of 10 or 15 years, and thinking about the potential threats, but also potential opportunities in that horizon of 15 years, let's say. So the reaction is not overnight, and the preparation doesn't take overnight, even for the climatic crisis. We at the ministry approved some materials, and we continue in approving the materials which were aimed at changing the infrastructure, changing the purchase of some commodities in line with the latest trends. But these are long-term things that exceed one election period, or they even exceed several election periods. Yeah, we'll probably need cyber nerds who also are able to do these activities. So very quickly, the global threats for Slovakia, what are they? Well, I'll follow up to Lucia and the State Secretary said, we need to start by building situational awareness. We need to really know that the climate or other security threats are security threats also for this country, and there will be in the future. So building situational awareness, thinking about security threats from the nationwide perspective, looking ahead and prediction, and thinking about future potential threats. These are the foundations, and then we can be talking about climate or other particular threats to our security. Mr. Dulaba, I'm afraid that we are ourselves, we alone are our own biggest threat, security threat, because. But I want to give you an example. Climate change. Yes, can we manage this? Do we know what we need to do? Energy crisis, prices go up, people are unhappy, people are frustrated, and now, do we actually have any solutions that are well thought up, that are sustainable? We know this is a problem, but are we prepared to get rid of our comfort or the luxury we've been living in, our well-being? Are we able to do this? So we humans are our own security threat, because yes, we can all understand rationality, or all of us here at least, for that matter, but we have not enough resolve to change our way of life. And of course, then there are people who are not educated, but they are frustrated with COVID, with the rising prices of food and rising prices of fuels. So they go up against the government, they go up against the EU, against NATO, against the establishment, because they don't think about it anymore. They just do it automatically, from resent, from frustration. They're just unhappy, so they protest anyone who's in power, right? So it's a vicious circle. I could be talking about European security and what else we need to negotiate in our relationship to Russia. So I'll just end up here. We are our own biggest security threat. And with this, we will have to, unfortunately, also finish the debate here. I apologize for not having enough time for the questions from the audience, but I have a contact from the organizer. We will have to end the panel right now. So I'd like to tell you one more thing to conclude this. We certainly didn't address all the security threats. We've outlined some of them, but in many cases we've at least gave you food for thought, maybe, or all of us, for that matter, who deal with these matters, whether it's people from the academia, people from think tanks, people from the media, how to communicate these topics and how to support open and free debate and not to be afraid to label something a lie or disinformation. Thank you very much for your attention. Apologies for not allowing questions from the audience. I'm sure this has been very insightful. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Takže dobrý deň, pekné popoludne, dámy a...
Pleasant afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin the third part of today's event of the review conference, placing emphasis on economic diplomacy and development cooperation as tools of Slovak foreign policy. The greatest challenge in the past 2 years, indeed, for all of us, and for the private sector and for the public sector as well, notwithstanding the economic diplomacy and development cooperation, was naturally the pandemic. It was the pandemic that forced them essentially change their operation and activities such as trade fairs, missions, presentations. All of these things were either closed down or shifted to the online environment, and the primary focus was placed on missions, on provision of a helping hand to businesses and mapping of new COVID measures and support of healthcare measures abroad. However, the pandemic also brought opportunities, not only threats. Opportunities in international cooperations in science, research and innovation, which is extremely important agenda for us as a country, and that goes hand in hand with economic diplomacy and development cooperation. So what were the impulses to increase the quality of performance of economic diplomacy and development cooperation, and how we can serve better the clients, so companies and other stakeholders, and what are the expectations for the upcoming period? These are the topics for the third panel. Let me introduce the guests. On my right hand side, we have State Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs, Ingrid Brodskova. Welcome. Next to her, we have Josef Viskupic, Chairman of the Trnava Self-Governing Region. Good afternoon. Next to Mr. Viskupic, we have our single representative of the civic sector, Andrea Najvirtová, member of the Umbrella Bureau. Welcome, Ms. Najvirtová. Then we have Alena Balogova, CEO of Chemosvit Fibrochem SRO. And last but not least, we have Ervin Haramia, Chairman of the Board of Aliter Technologies, company that we do not really need to introduce. Welcome. My name is Sonia Muzikárova. I'm a Chief Economist of Globsec Policy Institute here in Bratislava, and I'll be the moderator of today's panel. So let us start without any further ado. So we mentioned how the pandemics changed the operation of the resort of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, of economic diplomacy, etc. But no one has a better position to tell us how the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had to improvise and to reinvent itself in this turbulent era. State Secretary, from your perspective, what were the biggest challenges for your work in relation to the pandemic? And what were the new tools originating in relation to the pandemic, and how you could review the last 12 to 24 years, this new tool set of instruments? State Secretary, thank you very much. Basically, I'm very happy that we have this review conference today. It was always an annual tradition, and this year we are reviewing the past 2 years of operation of the Foreign Service and its priorities. So in those past 24 months, what was framing all our activities in diplomacy was the pandemic, naturally. And the pandemic was truly affecting the Slovak economy. Essentially, it also represented an opportunity. It mobilized our forces, as you just outlined. During the pandemic, we saw a great cooperation between the public and private sector. Simultaneously, Slovakia could present itself through innovative solutions addressing the pandemic impact, and also the capacity of our science, of the academia, turned out to be quite large, and how relevant they can become. And what we had to set quite quite quickly and promptly was the focus on the humanitarian aid and the development aid, and I was glad to see that Slovakia could quickly address the impact of the pandemic here in the surrounding countries, including the countries of the member states, just like Italy, for example, or Romania, or countries of the Western Balkans. So a great package, great volume of humanitarian aid, not only material but financial aid for a number of countries of the Western Balkans, including Serbia and Montenegro, Eastern Partnership countries like Georgia and Moldova. We were involved in a number of international initiatives, just like Global Response Initiative and Team Lead. And we could even help our partnering countries with vaccines, which was already mentioned. We provided 140,000 vaccines, doses of vaccines to countries like Rwanda, Kenya, Ukraine, Montenegro, Armenia. We got involved in the COVAX system. So there was a huge number of activities that we very flexibly had to set to meet the needs of the countries that simply needed our assistance more than we needed assistance of someone else. So, and we were thinking for these 2 years how to come up with a new offer of economic diplomacy and our engagement in a number of matters, because number of people at home or abroad don't really associate the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with the economic diplomacy as such. So we were thinking about how to create a tool set of new instruments in economic diplomacy, how to contribute to internationalization of SMEs that represent 99% of the economic structure of this country, and how to open the door for them to be able to do business abroad, to offer opportunities for them, because small, medium-sized enterprises account for 70% of the jobs and 55% of added value. So some of the formats had to be renewed. For example, the format from the regions to the world is the name of the format. But we also map out the potential of the Slovak businesses, map out the potential of the Slovak economy, and through our embassies and representations create opportunities abroad. We came up with the initiative titled Innovation Days. Let me just point out here that Slovakia is often an unknown country, and these Innovation Days are a tool, basically a low-cost tool, because every month we visit with the representatives accredited in Slovakia, the innovative Slovak companies that we want to present, that we want the foreign partners to know about. And we also organized last year the Export Forum for Slovak SMEs to be able to talk about their business and how to create a platform, how to help and support internationalization of Slovak SMEs. And in those 2 years, we reset the section of the strategic and economic cooperation, so the contact with the business community, and the second pillar was the shaping of policies and monitoring of Slovakia's ranking. So basically it's a mirror of where Slovakia is found in the sectoral policies. And I'm really glad that the section came with 2 initiatives. One of them is Team Slovakia. This tries to network all public institutions that are involved in their activities in economic diplomacy, and the Corporate Days initiatives, where on a monthly basis the business center and other authorities are presenting our economic diplomats, our embassies, the potential of some companies and some sectors.
Thank you very much. Okay, so this was rather a comprehensive 360 type of perspective, but what really resonated with me was the innovative potential. Slovakia is not the stronghold of automotive industry anymore only, but we have many other things to offer. Slovakia was, or many companies were expanding abroad even during pandemic. So what is the I would like to ask Ms. Harami and other panelists about the economic diplomacy. Have you managed to actually cover your activities and also promote the brand Slovakia abroad? So I would start with Ms. Balogova, then Mr. Haramia. Hemosvit Fibrofen is a company I represent, and the real kind of hands-on experience with economic diplomacy in our company dates back 2 years ago. We started to work on innovations and specific products. So we as a company, as a mid-sized company, we did have an opportunity to travel to Dubai and also to the business mission in Taiwan together with Ms. Kish. And we finally managed to meet with our clients because during the pandemics, actually those business meetings were very limited. The fairs were cancelled, and we do have quite a big potential in Taiwan for developing our products. We export our products to more than 40 countries of the world, and we export 95% of our products. Economic diplomacy is something that can help us promote the products in the markets, but also keep and preserve the potential and the market that we have and develop it further. When it comes to economic diplomacy, we have actually got experience and with the economic diplomacy and the export forum, company days, where I actually made a lecture in front of economic diplomats, and I managed to present our new program that we were awarded the prize of innovative deed of a year, and we have just finished testing in certain area in the surgery department, and the textile materials are passive disinfectants, actually creating sterile environment, which in our hospitals is absolutely inevitable to deploy. We were also part of the project, the export of regions to the world, and I think this activity is postponed for April, but the representatives of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs visited our company, made a site visit, and we are very proud of our production, and we are very thankful to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and European Affairs to present us in the world. Alita Technology has had extensive experience with economic diplomacy. Our company is going to celebrate 15th anniversary this year, and since we are one of the first IT entities in Slovakia, or the very first, that managed to sign a contract with the biggest NATO agency for communication and IT systems, so-called basic ordering agreement, that actually was assisted by that time economic diplomacy, back then in Belgium with NATO and the EU. So thanks to our experience, and I don't want to sort of like underline the importance of certain names here, but I want to talk to general. So what is our experience with economic diplomacy? Briefly speaking, I would like to say that we have positive experience with economic diplomacy, very good, and I do hope that also in the future we will keep on communicating and working together with the representatives of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in different countries. I would like to bring attention to the latest experience in the field of basic ordering agreement, where we won 150 million tender, and just immediately after that, after being notified that we were a winner, then we found out that we were not a winner. And we, as a mid-size company in Slovakia, and also in the understanding of NATO, we didn't have the leverage to fight against this. And I would like to thank to the representatives of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Defense that they really helped us in this fight. They were brave and bold enough to stood up for us. Unfortunately, we were not successful because there was no other chance but to start an arbitration process. But of course we highly appreciate NATO as an international organization, and we would like to continue working with it. So naturally we decided not to initiate arbitration. But I just want to reiterate the importance of economic diplomacy, and this was a fresh example of its importance. I'd like to thank to Ms. Balogova. This is
Dobrý deň. Funguje mi mikrofón? Áno, dobre. Tak ja dneska prezentujem organizáciu Umbrella, ktorá združuje 28 prevažne mimovládnych organizácií, ktorých poslanie je reagovať pri náhlych prírodných katastrofách, konfliktoch, bojovať s chudobou v chudobnejších krajinách, alebo taktiež venovať sa globálnemu vzdelávaniu, čiže zvyšovať aj povedomie o výzvach, ktoré sa týkajú nás všetkých a o ktorých sme dneska tiež už rozprávali, ako napríklad migrácia, klimatická kríza a podobne. Takže v tomto máme ako organizácie veľmi odlišný cieľ, že ten náš primárny cieľ je zlepšovať kvalitu života ľudí v krajinách, ktoré nemali toľko šťastia možno ako my. Zároveň však by som chcela trošku ísť trošku vysvetliť, lebo tá rozvojová spolupráca je často vnímaná, že vy, čo tam robíte ďaleko v tých krajinách, však aj my máme dostatok problémov tu na Slovensku, na čo potrebujeme pomáhať niekde inde. Takže pre mňa sú to naozaj dve prepojené nádoby, že ten svet sa v posledných rokoch výrazne posunul, že už sa nedá deliť na zahraničie a doma. Tie globálne výzvy sa týkajú bezprostredne nás všetkých. Zároveň rozvojová spolupráca pomáha dosahovať, prispievať k mieru, k bezpečnosti, znižovať extrémizmus, taktiež prispieva k odstraňovaniu niektorých faktorov, ktoré nútia ľudí za migráciou. Pomáha zlepšovať fungovanie právneho štátu v chudobnejších krajinách alebo aj zlepšovať ekonomický blahobyt, čo je zase potom zaujímavé aj pre tú ekonomickú diplomáciu. Takže ja to vidím ako prepojené a zároveň oddelené nádoby. Ako organizácie sa venujeme teda pomoci v krajinách, kde pretrvávajú ekonomická kríza, vojnový konflikt, ktoré boli postihnuté krízou. A do toho prišla teda pandémia, ktorá tieto rozdiely ešte viacej prehlbila. A ako organizácie sme sa venovali zabezpečeniu zdravotnej starostlivosti, prístupu k vode, pokračovaniu vzdelávania. A v tomto vlastne aj zdieľame spoločný cieľ s Ministerstvom zahraničných vecí, ktoré má ako úlohu naplňať aj ten záväzok, ktorý ako Slovensko máme, ako aktér globálneho spoločenstva, prispievať k rozvoju a k cieľom udržateľného rozvoja. S príchodom pandémie musím povedať, že veľmi pozitívne hodnotíme, ako ministerstvo dokázalo rýchlo zareagovať. To fungovanie sa nedalo hneď tak preklopiť, že niektoré veci sa dali preklopiť do online, niektoré veci vyžadovali flexibilnejší prístup, takže si veľmi oceňujeme aj tú flexibilitu zo strany Slovenskej agentúry pre medzinárodný rozvoj. A taktiež vítame, že bola vyhlásená výzva na boj s pandémiou, ktorá bola veľmi rýchlo administrovaná. Takže toto je aj výborný posun do budúcna, ak budeme potrebovať rýchlo reagovať na novovzniknuté krízy, tak máme vyskúšaný nástroj, kde sa dá rýchlejšie zareagovať. To, čo možno trošku ovplyvnila negatív.
What the pandemic influenced negatively is that in 2020 there was a planned implementation of a new development tool instrument, which was a longer term project, a 3-year project, where of framework agreement where we could go deeper, we could increase the impact compared to brief 1 or 2 year projects, and unfortunately this was cancelled. And also some resources which were originally aimed at fighting poverty, fighting structural barriers causing poverty, these were redirected to fight against the pandemic, and these resources will be missing where they are so needed. Thank you. We'll get to that. I'm sure that the State Secretary will have something to say, but before we get there, let me ask Mr. Viskupic. We've heard that the economic diplomacy and development cooperation have synergy effects. So let me ask you, Mr. Viskupic, how do these two domains assist in developing regions? And does the foreign ministry does it correctly, these initiatives like Regions to the World, etc., etc.? How does that work for you? Well, it's going to be a brief answer. Good afternoon, by the way. Yes, it does help, and it does help quite significantly. Just for those 4 years, I've been chairman of the self-government region, so I've actually experienced 4 prime ministers, but there's a great degree of stability in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And those who are in this room and those who perhaps follow this topic, the performance of Foreign Service and the overall Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs has staff which is very, very competent and very skilled, and I'm representing all 8 regions, not only the Trnava self-governing regions here. Let me start with a leeway. I'm extremely glad that after this minister took charge, we boosted and advanced, especially the area that you started with. And here I'll follow up on the State Secretary, where she finished. And this means the formation of unique tools to support some activities which the self-governed regions are able to authentically deploy and use at a different level, especially in the search and identification of assistance, in how especially small and medium-sized enterprises are formatted, how these enterprises can get assistance, and how they can go abroad and go into the world, so to say, metaphorically. This ministry and the minister obviously is focusing on European affairs and foreign affairs, but with our forces we can do a lot of European affairs. We can deal with a lot of European affairs, even as self-government regions. And the point I'm trying to make is that right after this minister took over charge and the State Secretary met with us at several appointments, and the minister as well, discussing how we can activate and reinvigorate economic diplomacy. And we found the tool, and we agreed that let's reinvent ourselves in the regions. And this led to several rounds of consultancies talking about which companies will be addressed or approached, which raster will be used, what will this activity actually mean in those particular regions. We even set a time frame at the ministry. I think it was 2.5 days in every region, and to link the stakeholders of small and medium-sized enterprises and self-governments, even with the lower level, that means cities, towns, and communities, and the companies active in their very specific environments, in their regions. And the second thing that I really, really appreciate is Innovative Day, or Innovation Day, name of the event, which introduces the region and the companies operating in the region to other countries through the representatives of the region and the country. I believe this was one of the most robust activities that promoted Slovak regions abroad. Again, it's a new tool that we very much appreciate. And I have one specific result of this activity, this Innovation Day. You may have noticed that one Slovak product manufactured in the town of Senica was, is now, her parents are from Belgium and Britain, but nevertheless she lives in the town of Senica, and the company coming from the town of Senica is manufacturing this unique model, this unique business plan. And the product very far across not just the border of the district, of the region, but of the country, and now we have specific, almost tangible results. So in other words, it does make sense. Even from the regional level, we can cooperate with the Ministry of European Foreign Affairs. We can act and promote the regions and the companies doing business in the region. other thing that we've discussed with the ministry, and I believe that there is a lot of pace improvements there, and that's the self-governed regions with these two power diplomacy dimensions. So we are also active in using our own resources in Brussels. So we have this European-wide instrument available, and also based on our own forces, the regions have this cross-border cooperations or bilateral cooperation with some other regions in other countries. I believe that this initiative, SK8, that is involving 8 self-governed regions of the Slovak Republic, could give some sort of roof overarching the ad hoc cooperation between these 8 regions, and I have to say that the ministry has always been very willing to give us a helping hand. And I actually think this could become a systematic tool, one of these tools in the tool set, which would make us more successful as regions of the V4 countries. And when there's a professional and good cooperation in this field, I'm sure we could compete even regionally with other regions across the whole EU and also globally. Thank you. So now let me ask the audience here in the room and audience outside the room, the virtual audience, if you know what I mean, to start thinking about questions for our third panel and the panelists, or comments if you like. But now let me return back to you, State Secretary. In those past years, you've been quite successful. You've achieved a lot. You reacted to the pandemics. You've implemented new tools, started new events. We've just heard. You've presented Slovakia as a brand in the United Arab Emirates in Dubai. But there's one phrase that you keep saying sticks to my mind. You say the economic diplomacy is done at home. This sounds like an oxymoron. Or at least it sounds non-intuitive. We're talking about supporting of export, we're talking about foreign partners, we're talking about foreign expansion. So could you sort of elaborate on this? What do you actually mean by this phrase, and what actually is the overall concept of the economic diplomacy? Because you said every diplomat is an economic diplomat, so this perhaps relates to that. And I have a second question as well. What is the biggest hurdle, biggest barrier in achieving the objectives of economic diplomacy and development cooperation? What keeps you awake at night? Well, what keeps me awake at night is the conflict at the Russian-Ukrainian border. But first of all, first thing first, let me thank you for your kind words, because this is a reward for the whole team at the Ministry of Foreign European Affairs, not just me or the minister. So big thanks to you, especially the activity labeled From the Regions to the World, because the chairman here spends 2 full days with us. And these are all activities that teach us as well. Behind all these companies there are beautiful stories, there are beautiful people, and it's a mutual learning process for both parts, and it's exciting. Now, the economic diplomacy mantras. The one of these 2 mantras truly is, just like foreign policy starts at home, economic diplomacy also starts at home. And in economic diplomacy, you can only have such strength. You can only be as strong as competitive are your home companies. In other words, you need to have productive, competitive, and strong companies at home, and then only then you can be strong economic diplomat. So in this respect, Slovakia certainly does have potential, but we need to make attempts for this strength is even greater, so that we have more strong, competitive, and successful companies. And the second mantra, yes, every diplomat is an economic diplomat indeed. We have a relatively wide network of representations and embassies abroad, However, the staffing at these embassies is relatively low. We have few people there, so it would be a luxury if I said that we have diplomats in a small, representations should be specializing in some particular area or some particular policy. So every single diplomat is also an economic diplomat. And we are only calling for more understanding when we are communicating with the private sector at the national level. Please give us specific expectations and specific requirements, because the more specific the requirement for economic diplomacy activities, the more specific, the more efficient, the more high performing we can be, offering you specific diplomats and offering specific assistance. Second very important matter is the communication and synergy at national level, because we, as the ministry responsible for economic diplomacy, we are forced to cooperate in economic diplomacy as well, and cooperation and communication of all stakeholders is highly important. And that's why I so much appreciate the shaping of the Team Slovakia, where on the monthly basis all the institutions involved in economic diplomacy are communicating and negotiating. And the second framework that we are shaping and that we want to create is the concept of external economic relations and economic diplomacy with the Ministry of Economy and the Government Council for Competitiveness and Productivity, and this should be a platform for better cooperation, better networking, better sharing of information, etc. Because the engagement in the engagement abroad is not only with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I want to confirm that yes, we are asking other ministries to join us, because some territories in some parts of the world literally require stress on the sectoral policy, whether it's innovation diplomacy, whether it's development of relations with the agricultural sector or educational sector. So yes, we want, as a ministry, we want to be more open to cooperation with other ministries, other agendas, to call on them to send their representatives, their experts, who would then be active in our representations and embassies dealing with specific assignments. Thank you very much. There's been a resonating importance of macroeconomic environment, business environment, and the performance of economic diplomacy is related to that. So let me ask you, Mr. Viskupic, we've been we've been concerned with convergence of the regions for many years. Would convergence of regions and coherence of economic performance of the Slovak Republic also economic diplomacy? Well, I mean, is it a two-way street? On the one hand, economic diplomacy helping the regions, but could this also be the other way around? If the regions were more coherent, would this help support the performance of economic diplomacy? What do you think?
It is such a broad contextual question, almost as this room and our maneuvering space as the region is of the size of the state. Well, some would say that we are making lame excuses and we are trying to blame the competency framework. But if we managed to perform a significant reform of the self-governing system and the regions would get more competencies, that would be a very efficient change. And what you are asking about when it comes to our regional competencies, they don't include those things. There are financial legislative tools and for the past 20 years, those competencies remain at the central level. And I actually wanted to thank you that for the first time in the history of the review conference, you have the representation of regions. We are celebrating 20 years of existence. In Slovakia, your conference has been around for the past 20 years as well, so the time is high that after those 2 decades of our functional period, we could make the check. The cooperation is really built on the personal involvement of each and every stakeholder, and if somebody wants to produce better instruments of economic diplomacy and it is his or her political mandate, then they will achieve it. And I believe that this institutional roadshow would really have stronger reputation and would have stronger leverage for supporting business at the regional level. I believe that the wrong setup of competencies is kind of a reflection of the past 30 years of how the public policies have been built, and I do think that the reform of public administration is a central task. This government is not going to make it. We need to be open about it, and so any government that will follow should focus on better division of competencies. Decentralization and modernization of public administration is kind of a buzzword. And I would like this buzzword to transform into reality with better financial coverage, instruments for the benefit of better business environment. And we definitely have better overview of what is happening in our region than the central government. So we are better when it comes to setting the rules for the benefit of business, environmental and economic activities in our region. So I wanted to really avoid any alibi seeking, and I want to be optimistic. And when it comes to reform of the competencies from the trajectory from the business to the national level, we really need to take comprehensive approach, whether we will have NUTS 3, NUTS 2 regional structuring, whether there will be any type of municipalization and developing the strong partner. I hope that we will find answers to this, and this can result into eye-to-eye partnership relation. Two partners from working in the field of economic diplomacy, and we could take example from Austria, Niederösterreich with other units. So So the baseline premise for efficient economic diplomacy is that it needs to work with the companies with good ideas, good implementation, and that are competitive with high level of productivity, and they operate in the international market. And I'd like to talk to the representatives of the businesses, Mr. Harami and Ms. Balogova. So what is your perspective? What are the biggest obstacles from your perspective when it comes to the business environment, getting talents or anything else? What would make you more competitive, more efficient? And if not in the context of your organization, then what do you see around your competitors, or what would you need in order to pursue this goal? Mr. Haramia? I fully support the words of the State Secretary, who has said that economic diplomacy without functional businesses cannot do anything for us. And if there is not a good idea, or a good product, or a good system to be talking from the world of IT, then it's pointless to open the door for us. It's pointless for any economic diplomat to be on the other side of the table. We can make a step, we can progress. So the first prerequisite is to have something to offer. And of course, if there is nothing to offer, then we shouldn't go to the international market. But fortunately, this is not our case. And I would like to detour to the arena of the security and defense industry, and I'm the chairperson of this association, and I would like to draw on the experience of our association and of its members. And they often complain, and not to be only very positive and praising, they often say that, for instance, the defense companies face problems and are struggling with import and export licenses. And I don't want to praise or blame anybody. Fortunately, I'm not talking about our business, because we don't do business with those communities. Alitech Technologies supplies and develops ICT, although for special users as military and defense and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Interior of different countries, not only Slovakia but also neighboring countries, as I've already mentioned, especially North Atlantic Treaty Organization and the EU. I'd like to follow up on the State Secretary. She has mentioned that cross-sectoral cooperation should be enhanced, and our experience is that Exim Bank works on its own, Sario works on its own, economic diplomacy sort of like operates on its own, and there is no kind of interconnectivity. We need one point, starting from the taxes, customs, and anything and everything related to this arena, be it from the area of the Ministry of Economy or Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So this is something we should pursue. We should connect the platforms, institutions, because we intensively cooperate with Exim Bank and also economic diplomats and Sario. And what happens to us quite often is that they just don't communicate among each other, and they don't know what they do actually about each other. And often economic diplomats or those institutions do not have access to export data, and data from customs is not available to certain segments, which is strange. Because if you are supposed to manage export and you should assist in certain markets, or if you are an economic diplomat in Sri Lanka and he or she doesn't know that we export 3 to 4 containers to Sri Lanka a month, then it's very difficult for him or her to help us to identify a fair or get the contacts to the Chamber of Commerce that exists there, since we export into many countries and we are trying to find contacts to business chambers. We participated in fairs of Shanghai, Uzbekistan, and the ambassador there was of great help there. And we try to promote our products in this way. And what often happens to us is that many times the economic diplomats don't even know about the fairs. And the information from SARIO is not linked to other institutions or business entities, or they choose fairs that are not relevant for the Slovak business sector. And the second problem is the lack of qualified labor, and also a link or connectivity of the Ministry of Education to the needs of the businesses, because the elementary and high schools do not actually reflect on the needs of the business.
Because when we look at the territorial export structure, you know where the exporters are, what makes them competitive in the foreign markets. And here, it seems that the other ministries fail to reflect where we need assistance, where you need to change the curricula. In the town of Swit, we have 3 textile companies. We have a chemical producer, we have foil producer, and the subjects are biopharmacologist, worker in logistics. There are no subjects reflecting the actual companies in the region or in the city. So this is perhaps the call for cooperation and to do something about the segmentation of exports, and do something about the educational sector, and the research agency should also cooperate more, and economic diplomacy should be focusing more on EU funds, research and development and innovation, in Green Deal, within the scope of circularity, and you should set the economic conditions, the business missions and economic missions should be set directly through the research agency. Mr. Biskupic, want to react? Well, this may sound like a direct call on the Ministry of Education, but I guess you know that this is pretty much the responsibility of the self-governing region and the chairman of the self-governing region, which is creating this document called the Plan of Performances, where also is a chapter dedicated to respective subjects of secondary schools. And I can tell you this is a topic for conference in itself. So even though this is the conference of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and European Affairs, but how to align the ideas of parents, of students, and the needs of the labor market. I mean, if anyone solves this Gordian knot, will certainly receive some sort of local version of Nobel Prize, because this is an issue for not only Slovakia, not only for Europe, but this is a global problem. And I agree with you that this is something that needs to be done, and it's a problem that needs to be tackled, but I wouldn't really blame the Ministry of Education, because it's pretty much 30-30-30, the sector, then the regions, and a little bit of the ministry as well, creating curricula. In our region, we actually put together the list of desired subjects. Sometimes it's difficult to fulfill it because you can't really force the students to study this or that subject. You can't force them to regard this sound career for the future, right? Just to explain. But I'm not disagreeing. And also under the auspices of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we can use dual education or the support of these subjects in demand. We even actually allow the students to be able to earn some money during the studies, so that we help also our exporters. Thank you very much, Mr. Viskupic. Now, I'd like to ask Mr. Najvirtova, with the same question, what are the key challenges and barriers that you perceive through the prism of development cooperation in achieving the objectives of your organization? Well, one of the barriers which already has been mentioned is this status quo of the civic society. And one can feel this. I'm quite happy that also as a result of an initiative by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, there's this big cooperation project with the civic society, which is among the priorities for the Biden's Summit for Democracy. So I'm really glad that it's been reflected as one of the priorities. And the roundtables under the auspices of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which poignantly show that the civic society in Slovakia is in a dire situation. The models of funding are not sustainable. The dialogue is not working as it perhaps should be. The support is missing, basically, and there is dominant vision by the society of the civil sector as these volunteers doing things for free in their leisure time. But there's a lot of experts in this sector who don't do this in their leisure time. It is their professional core employment, so to say. So this is also the reason why this question of funding is so important. Also, a number of our members are also members of European networks, and we perceive and see how development cooperation, humanitarian aid is working in a European degree or European sort of measure. And we need to be honest, we are not at the same level as development cooperation in other new EU member states if we compare ourselves vis-a-vis or eye to eye. And this is obviously not only the responsibility of the ministry or civil sector organizations, also the perception of the public. We all have some role to fulfill, some task to fulfill. NGOs will have to take the responsibility to take advantage or leverage their experience with humanitarian aid, or provision of humanitarian aid, provision of development cooperation. We are helping to the Ministry of Education to reflect the values that we are talking about into the educational process. We can flexibly react. We can mobilize resources, even from the public. I'm excited and glad that the trend of supporting these cases by the public financially is rising. We can support and promote the brand of Slovak aid also abroad. and we are basically an instrument of Slovak solidarity around the world. What would help us? Well, there are three areas. First of them is more predictable and long-term financing, so that we can all go more in depth, measure the impact of our work, and have better arguments why this development cooperation is so important. And it makes me glad that the Slovak Agency for International Development Cooperation is now launching bigger projects, whether it's the delegated cooperation project of the EU in Moldova, or hopefully this year we'll launch this framework cooperation of strategic partnership. So these longer term, larger projects are an important step to advance qualitatively. The second point of three, the volume of developed cooperation and humanitarian aid, that is lower in the long term than the commitment to which we officially obliged. The commitment is 0.33% of GDP. For 2020 it was 0.14 GDP. And yes, I realize it's not only about this big volume of money, but it's about being able to go in depth and being able to perform more concentrated interventions, because it's a different thing if you perform 100,000 budget project in a country, or you help this country with a 500,000 budget. You know. And then of course the impact and the relations with the partnership country, that's a different story. And the third aspect of three, when we compare the tools, Summer's tools with the European tools or the tools by other donors, we perceive that it would be really helpful if these tools were more flexible, if the administrative burden was more limited or smaller, and this could help also the objectives of the ministry, and that is involvement of businesses in development cooperation. So these are the three suggestions from our part. Thank you very much for these specific suggestions. State Secretary was making notes, so taking notes. So I'm sure this will be useful. We have last 4 minutes of the panel. I haven't noticed too many questions in sliders. One of the questions is where is the minister? So don't worry, minister will be here soon. But in the meantime, let me ask the audience in the room here. Mr. Matishak, you have a question? Perhaps you will need a microphone. Thank you. It's a question specifically to the State Secretary, or if anyone wishes to comment, of course, maybe Ms. Neuwirtova as well. Would you say that, well, I'm still, concerned with the Ukrainian topic. I was teasing the Minister of Defense and the State Secretary a little how we are going to help, actually. So can we finally say something specific? But okay, I'm not asking you to say anything really specific, but maybe in terms of development cooperation or economic cooperation, what does Ukraine mean to us? How we can help in this sector so that Ukraine is more politically resilient, politically more stable, and therefore more, linked and associated to our Euro-Atlantic or transatlantic area, which I believe is the objective, or one of the objectives of our foreign policy. So what's your plans for economic diplomacy in Ukraine? Thank you very much, and perhaps I will ask the gentleman here at the beginning of the front room to ask another question so that we can take them both. Thank you. My name is Burash. I'm the advisor to the Prime Minister of the Slovak Republic for cross-border cooperation in Ukraine, and for 15 years I've been closely linked to Ukraine because I live in Košice and I often travel to Uzhhorod from Košice, so I will be certainly talking about the positive news to our cross-Carpathian partners and friends because they are really, really waiting eagerly to hear the news from the other sides of the Carpathians because Slovak Republic is helping and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is helping to our Ukrainian friends. And let me just give you the news from the most recent negotiation with the General Consulate of the Slovak Republic, where we negotiate with the Ivano-Frankovsk area in western Ukraine. I need to emphasize that the government of the Slovak Republic on the 12th January this year at its session approved the decree number 17, which says about the new form of cooperation between the Slovak Republic and Ukraine. This material was proposed or submitted by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It contains 8 chapters and says how Slovak Republic can help Ukraine. And one of these points is also integrated border and cross-border cooperation, which links to preparation of ESUS, the tool for regional development, for drawing of funds that Slovak Republic could not draw previously because this tool was not operational, not implemented. I had the negotiations with Mr. Sadko from the consulate in the Ukrainian city of Lvov and the Ivano-Frankovsk region. And there was just this incident with the Ukrainian flag happening in the Slovak parliament. And you know what they told us? They told us that thanks God that you are here, because this is cooperation for us. This is what really matters. This is what Slovak Republic is giving to us. This is what we expect from you. And what would be nice to have is if there was this representation for travel industry, because I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but Slovak Republic until 2017 there was, such a Slovak Tourist Board. Slovak Tourist Board had representations in Poland, Czech Republic, Hungary, Austria, Germany, and Russian Federation. And under Russian Federation there was also Ukraine. So when Slovak Republic was presented as a country, then you had a person traveling from Moscow to Ukraine. So you can imagine what was their perception. I know that we have strong economic diplomacy. Ms. Krajčová at the Slovak embassy in Kiev, but maybe a wish or a plea, that would be a signal from our part, also for the diplomacy and for the businesses, for the self-governments, as it doesn't cost too much. Just consider creating such center, such place. There would be a direct proof of support by Slovak Republic to Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We actually are running late, but I do hope that we will get some extra time for reaction by the State Secretary. I believe that we have covered most of it. Ukraine is our neighbor. Our political representatives have been actively working on opening dialogue and promoting our cooperation. We have this has been the case also in the past for the V4 region. Our priority in terms of V4 was renewables and energy sector, and the experience of our companies that could be of inspiration to Ukrainian businesses are different. We need to realize that the Ukraine has been in war since 2014. There's a strong push for reforms in Ukraine, but this country is at war. And yes, when it comes to travel, we want to open up to the Slovakia Travel Agency, and currently we are negotiating with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Transportation how to set it up so that the travel delegates are member of the Slovak team working in a given country while respecting certain diplomatic rules. Thank you very much. And I don't think there is time for any closing remarks. I would like to thank the panelists for a very inspirational debate, and Auditorium for their questions, and I'm very much looking forward to the next year of the review conference. Thank you very much.
Sadneme si. Tak ja vás vítam.
I'd like to welcome you at the final panel of our review conference, and I'm very glad that we do have a host of our conference, the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs, Mr. Korczok, and I'm glad that together with him we can wrap up the basic and primary topics of our conference, the change in the global security situation, tension at the Russian-Ukrainian border, but at the same time we were talking a lot about the need to structure a new communication of foreign and EU policy topics with our public that would reflect the need to fight fake news that keep on growing in our public arena, and that actually contribute to very twisted perception of our foreign and European policy. Minister, I would like to ask you for an opening or introductory speech or notes. Well, we are not starting really good here, but very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before I address you, because originally it was planned that I would have a speech, but we need to reschedule, and okay, so a couple of remarks, and then I will be grilled, or I will get questions later on. Before I focus on the foreign and European policy, let me share another piece of sad news. After last week's death of Mr. Kukan, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, we unfortunately are facing another sad piece of news. Mr. Radoslav Boháč, diplomat, has passed away today. We have known him for years. Rado has, or rather devoted all of his life to diplomacy, and he died performing diplomacy at OECD in Vienna. And let me ask you to, or let me express our condolences to his wife, and let me ask you please to stand up.
Ďakujem pekne.
Thank you very much.
Vôbec sa ospravedlňujem, keď mi...
I apologize ahead if you can witness the collapse of my voice. That's due to COVID. I have just gone through. Okay, this is a very exceptional review conference because we cover past 2 years, and I have a wrap-up of what I wanted to say, and I see that Eva, as a moderator, has a very fierce grip of this panel, so I really cannot dive into what I wanted to say originally, but still, let me really touch upon the 5 main areas of my interest. The first area is, I labeled it us and the pandemics, and it goes far beyond the health issue or public health as such. It goes to the global scene. Of course, first we needed to really learn how to deal with the situation, repatriation. We were trying to rescue Schengen, free movement of citizens. In the second stage, we focused on consolidation. That means we wanted to secure vaccination and inoculation substances, and reconciliation or settling the situation also includes the quantity of vaccines. We have a sufficient number of vaccines, but unfortunately we do not have enough citizens that want to get vaccinated. Still, we need to express cohesion and share the vaccines we have available. And we are sending more than 200,000 vaccines to Palestine. And this is that fits under the label us and pandemics and foreign policy. Of course, there are other things that are happening, and it's far too early to kind of make an assessment what kind of an impact the pandemics has on transition of our economies, societies as such. We see that the character of labor market is changing, perception of education, social welfare, the type of business that is done. Supply chains are changing and reshuffling because they are under pressure, and this goes hand in hand with yet another big challenge. This is green transition that will principally change the character of global economy. The second area, or the second area of interest, is the fact that we are amidst the big megatrends. And we are dealing with our little business here in Slovakia, but we are part of megatrends. Everything really focuses on Ukraine in recent days, but India and Pacific region is becoming very important, and there is shift of direct competition and the struggle or the fight to Western Pacific. And this is a very virtual topic in Slovakia so far. People are not interested. They don't realize this trend. Next, if we want to talk about global security, and Russia wants to talk about global security in general, and it really tries to detour the US and Europe, then China can do it as the next country. So that's why NATO and transatlantic treaty is incredibly important. And we also need to remind ourselves that with the exception of past 40 years, Slovakia used and has been part of Western countries and Western social structures, and we shall not challenge it. We also need to realize that Slovakia really suffers and sees as a problem the global lagging behind of the European Union in many areas. The EU is still one of the biggest economies in the world. We are the biggest world donor, the most important standard setter, but the voice of the EU is really not easy to be heard. And this is not, it's not my intention to criticize the EU. which is so typical for Central Europe. But we need to move towards consolidation of the EU. We need to settle with many unfinished things that are legacy from previous times, and we need to look throughout our conference into what needs to be done in the future. When it comes to megatrends, the population of the EU should in 2050 have only represent 43% of the global population. We still feel as in the center of the universe and the center of happening, but sorry, not 43, but 4.3% of global population in 2050. From the perspective of the global GDP, when we were on the first place, on first rank in 1990s, we will fall down to the fourth place, representing 11.3% EU share on the global GDP. We need to see all those facts and trends also in Slovakia, and we should really stop mystifying the foreign trends, and we should start focusing on real challenges for Europe, because they are challenges for Slovakia, and it is high time to understand that nationalization of Europe that is expressed in slogan, the least of Europe, or the politics of Slovakia as kind of a bridge, is not going to empower Slovakia, but really debilitates it significantly. And the third area, us and protection of human rights and democracy. I want to say that in our foreign policy, especially when it concerns the agenda of human rights and rule of law, we see it as one of our priorities, because if we want to be consistent, that we consider the protection of rule of law and human rights to be of importance, and I'm saying it knowing that the opposition parties are criticizing us heavily for it. In spite of that, I see it as an integral part of our foreign policy, and we are really striving to promote those also towards our external partners. 2020 was the 15th year in sequence where the global freedom was dropping. So there were more countries with a worsened situation than improved situation. And of course, the pandemic played its role. We approved the concept of support of human rights. Peter Burian was appointed as an envoy for human rights. There was a very successful conference on human rights and democracy, and we are active participant in the Summit for Democracy. And talking about human rights as part of foreign policy, this is not about ideological zealousy. It's not my motivation. We are kind of like criticized for being zealots in the area of human rights, but we are convinced that there's better governance of Slovakia, and there's better situation in democracy, and good, well-governed liberal democracy really soothes conflicts, and upholding human rights is extremely important. Our democracy is really the regime that allows us to protect human rights the best. I have been criticized for commenting on Belarus or other countries. Why? As if we want to dictate them how they should live. We don't want to dictate the Russia how to live. We don't want to dictate them what kind of regime they should have, but we believe that in our immediate vicinity is very bizarre if hundreds of people, including civil activists and journalists, are imprisoned because they just want to freely express their opinion how should things be governed. And the fourth area is I've been a Minister of Foreign Affairs in 2 years for the second time, and I'm saying that the foreign policy actually starts with our neighbors. You may have the idea how things should work on the global level, but if you have problems with your neighbors, then you are really in a difficult situation. Therefore, we have been trying, and I've been trying to intensify bilateral relations with Ukraine, and I want to openly underline the importance of the involvement of the Prime Minister, of our Prime Minister, and he made it his own political agenda, and I fully support it because it's also in our interest. It's about Ukraine remaining as a sovereign state, or whether it will suffer from the war, whether it will thrive and flourish, and therefore we would really benefit from Ukraine flourishing. The same applies, for instance, to Austro-Slovak relations. Also, the border area of Austria is flourishing due to the improved situation in the border lands of Slovakia. The same applies to Slovak-Hungarian relations, and I'm not going to dive into it, but I just want to reiterate that this is my mental or subjective kind of position. If there's a problem, we need to discuss it. And I really don't think that you should overlook or just to take notice about growing problem. And the problem with Hungary, or the situation with Hungary, was such. The problem was big. There was just this general statement that the relations are really good, and that was it. But I don't consider it to be a responsible and accountable approach that due to the fact that the relations are good, we will be silent. This is not sustainable. The only sustainable setup is if Hungarian or Slovak says, okay, there is a problem, we need to talk about it. We are partners, eye to eye. And this has been my principal approach, to always say openly where the problem lies or where there's something challenging. And when talking about the relations with neighbors, of course, we are trying to establish very intense relations with Poland, the Czech Republic, Austria, and of course in the Slavkov format as well. And of course we are going to do anything and everything for a very good presidency in the V4 format. And last topic, us and Slovak foreign policy. Principally, I could be happy that the foreign policy has been a dominating topic in the past few weeks, because this is not usually the case. The foreign policy is usually on the verge of the political and the social interest. And I actually said that this principal debate we had just entered into was going to continue. But that's where my joy stops. The last week's parliamentary debate was absolutely unacceptable. It was vulgar, but the form is secondary. The most concerning part is the content or was the content of this discussion, comparing the promotion of our cooperation and also the agreement with the US to the invasion by the Soviets was absolutely acceptable. And also the second point in the discussion that concerned Ukraine was absolutely unacceptable as well. Those two extremes point to two serious problems, the loss of historical memory and also a mistake or the breach or the problem in the compass, and also the willingness to resign on our future direction. This is a discussion similar to the discussion in the 90s, when that time we were discussing whether we are going to become members of political West and of the transatlantic structures. But today's discussion is about whether we are going to remain and stick to our Western allies, and we will stay with them only formally, but also, or whether we are going to stay with them also mentally and with will. If there was any purpose in last week's discussion, then at least it was that we know where we are standing, what is happening, and what we need to do. The last surveys are really proving that. This was one of the arguments that I actually went through with the representatives of the opposition. They were saying, okay, accept this. Slovaks want it this way. Why are you not listening to the Slovak citizens? They don't want the DCA. This should be the show or the display or demonstration of political accountability that the kind of like very accidental and emotional positions of the public should form and shape the security and foreign policy of a given state. This is totally unacceptable. And when we were starting the debate on DCA with Minister Nať, we had known what was happening. The discussion went far beyond to what we had expected before. Of course, what we did reflected also in our popularity and the results of the survey. But of course, you as a politician, you need to make decisions that nobody is going to applaud you for sometimes. And this is the really very important part of doing politics. And we need to go back to principal questions. We thought that some questions are off the table, that we don't need to discuss things, that there won't be any mobilization by populism and far right. We cannot shape our foreign policy based on the trends on social media or depending on where the strongest voice is coming from. Another point was that you need to develop your foreign policy to all directions, south, north, east and west, but you always need to know where the north is. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, Professor Stern, this is as an opening remark. And if I were to say what is the biggest challenge of the Slovak foreign policy is then to really be strong and stay always in good shape and really win the war, so to say, at home and really win not only the battle. And it's very, very challenging to stand up to our ideals and our direction in this internal political context, nothing is kind of like respected, neither historical facts nor the value of life and many other critical values. But we should be much more committed because of this. We should really focus on winning this, on upholding our values and democracy, and until I am the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I will always strive to secure those principal values.
Thank you very much, Minister. I have to agree with you as a journalist. I can only confirm that there are few situations where foreign policy topics are at the front pages of the daily media, but I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be happy about it because the topics communicated and the content are not encouraging. I'm talking about, obviously, about the situation at the Russia-Ukrainian border, where only yesterday everybody was discussing whether on the 16th of February there will be a Russian invasion to Ukraine, which was the information from the American Secret Service. But today there's another piece of news that one part of the Russian forces are withdrawing from the Russia-Ukraine border. So one of the questions is, do you perceive this as the beginning of de-escalation of the tension, and can we talk about the worst case scenario being out of question? Well, I don't want to avoid the answer. The information's been out there for a couple of hours, so I will not comment any deeper at the moment, all the more that these movements of forces at the Russian side of the border, movement of the military personnel, we witnessed them also in the previous days and weeks. Building of these military positions is not just a question of the end of the last year, but basically already in spring, 1 year ago almost, we were confronted with a situation where there was difficult to explain why the Russian Federation is building these positions, and then there was this movements of forces and personnel, but the hardware, the technology remained there. So to simplify this, there's nothing that I wish for more than we could deal and address this problem only from behind the table. Basically, I don't see any other possibility than talking about it from behind the table, and any move or any development that facilitates meaningful dialogue is appreciated, but it must be sustainable, and we must really be sure that this is heading towards mitigation or dispersion of any doubts that military operations still can be deployed. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs withdrew families of diplomats from Kiev, so I was wondering when it's going to be, when the diplomats will be withdrawn. Well, okay, the first thing is that all the diplomats' families are thankfully at home, but it's a little bit of exaggeration of the whole situation. I mean, their families are at home, and I'm supposed to comment on the diplomats themselves. I won't speculate, but security of the diplomatic personnel and their families is alpha and omega. We are evaluating the situation every day, what the situation is. At the moment, we've evaluated the situation so that the family members and relatives are at home, and we decided that we will stay in Kiev with our diplomatic staff. The security of this personnel is given legitimate grounds for our decision, but we can react quickly. We just don't want to do fast steps, or it's extremely important to keep our diplomats there. I'm asking because this step is often a benchmark for security of the situation. When diplomats are being withdrawn, then the situation gets really serious. So that's why I wanted to know what is going to be this Rubicon when you really believe this is so important that you need to withdraw the diplomats to home. Well, when we evaluate the situation, this is necessary. We'll do that. That's all. Okay. When it comes to the results or outcomes, of course, this is all hypothetical, because no one knows what's going to happen. Even the people from the closest circle around Vladimir Putin, that no one actually can see into his head, and that his actions are unpredictable. But especially the neighboring countries neighboring on Ukraine, are preparing various contingency plans for various scenarios. We in Slovakia believe, or we've heard, that the immediate result of the invasion to Ukraine will be a huge migration wave. Hungary even already has specific scenarios which say about hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian refugees coming to Hungary. Do we have an idea what this would mean for Slovakia? Well, first of all, Security Council and other structures of the state, especially the Ministry of Interior, are doing everything they can to be ready for this scenario as well. But we need to openly say that everything depends on what security incidents and what the scope of security incidents would materialize in Ukraine. That's the part of the scenarios, of course, but we do everything we can to manage this at home, because yes, migration moves constitute one of the alternatives. We are in touch with other countries. I will not name them because they turn to us to assist them in case of need with passing of their diplomats or their citizens or their natives who are located at the Ukrainian territory for the moment, so that they could take advantage of moving to our territory from Ukraine in case of need. But I will not run away from this question, but I will not be the one spinning this spiral of escalation when people are scared, when people are concerned, they objectively are concerned that there's going to be 100,000 of people coming into this country in a couple of days. We will do everything to manage this, but I want to talk about different things. I want to talk about the context. I want to talk about the efforts we invest to prevent this from happening. I'm not really happy about the mentioning any dates. I can't deal with it, and I won't actually somehow launch any activities, whether it's supposed to be 16th of February at 3 in the morning, or when, or what, until the very last moment, until it's possible, and I'm convinced there's a huge space for diplomatic solutions. So we need to do everything in our strength to avoid this from happening, because you are asking correctly, what would be the results, the consequences for Europe? Well, fatal consequences, because they have been fatal since 2014, basically, because there was an unprecedented unprecedented interruption of the international security infrastructure. What happened in 2008 in Georgia, what happened in 2014 in Ukraine, but we can't have the map physically rewritten, or the map of essential principles of European security. This is the essence that worries me as the Minister of Foreign Affairs and as a diplomat. Okay, so let's talk about the foreign policy. I was intrigued to hear Emmanuel Macron say, amongst other analytics, but he said it openly, that the whole effort of the current Putin's policy is not really Ukraine, but rather ambitions of Russia to renew its old sphere of influence in Eastern Europe. So the geopolitical game, basically. Do you also agree with this perspective? I won't compare my perception with anybody else's perception, but the facts are, and this is quite obvious, that the Russian Federation doesn't accept security architecture as it is at the moment, or as it is operating at the moment, because one of the essential narratives that Russian parties are using is that the West is breaching one of the essential principles which is in the documents of OSCE, especially the Kastana and Istanbul declarations, and that's the undivisibility of security. And we are ready, talking on my behalf, but I believe the West as such is ready to talk to Russia for as long as necessary, to listen to each other mutually, but expect our Russian partners to, when they are talking about the undivisibility principles, the Istanbul Kastanya principles, that they will not apply them in a selective manner. Because if you read these documents that talk about undivisibility of security, translated into human language, you can't do anything for the benefit of your security. They will be to the detriment of someone else's security. The Russian diplomats say that the NATO extension is to the detriment of their security. We say it is not. Also, these documents say that any country can choose freely military and security alliances for the guarantee of their security. Well, this is quite okay, but the other part of the same coin that the Russian Federation uses, that this cannot be to the detriment of territorial sovereignty and security and of a different country. We had terrible things happening in 2014 that obviously are not going to go away. The Russian Federation regards Crimea for their own territory. For them it's a closed issue. For us it's not a closed issue because it was illegally. This happened illegally. So really we had one essential problem: how to talk to the Russian Federation about these things so that they are willing to accept these essential principles. That means free decision of any country, that NATO is not an aggressive organization, but Russian partners don't like to hear that, but NATO is not an aggressive attacking organization. It's a defense alliance, and unfortunately the Russian Federation will have to deal with that, with this fact. So it's not us rejecting communication with the Russian Federation. We are talking with the Russian Federation under the threat of military action, and even these arguments that the Russian Federation is using, from OSCE, we could say that, yeah, based on these arguments there could be war, or maybe not war, but the responsibility of the international community as such, including Russia, is to overcome this tension by respecting these principles. What do you think it's? How do you think you can effectively and efficiently communicate and negotiate with Russians if their requirements are basically impossible to be met because their conditions would mean that Russia, United States, and NATO should agree on how the foreign policy and security architecture would look like of independent sovereign countries, not only Ukraine but also eastern members of NATO? How can you negotiate with such a partner? Yes, this is one part of the truth that you are mentioning, and yes, it is a fact that these requirements, the Russian Federation to the alliance, this is just 1/3 of the whole package that is being negotiated. Well, here the space is really limited. There are things that are perhaps less spectacular from the political perspective, like renewal of essential communication between Russia and NATO, because there's been full interruption of political line of communication. We need to establish communication channels for the case of crisis scenarios, and this was all interrupted because of this tension. We are not talking today. NATO expelled Russian diplomats from Brussels. The Russian Federation closed down the whole NATO representation in Moscow. And much greater transparency when organizing military exercises would be really appreciated at the Russian Federation territory or our territory. But basically they ask us to withdraw the Washington Agreement, because this is what what they ask for in Article 10, to give up what is legally binding. So in this respect, it's very complicated. Then there is a segment related to bilateral negotiations between Russia and the United States. Very important, but it's not mentioned, is the control of armaments, whether there's new arrangements for some specific missiles. I hope that in this sphere of military technologies, because this was a bilateral agreement, now China is becoming a player, so this has much more complex character, this missile agreement, and then of course there are questions of large security architecture where I would really, really wish to see dialogue happening. That's the OSCE platform and all these principles. And we need to agree to interpret them in the same way. Indivisibility of security, transparency, etc., etc. You know, I'm not naive, because the situation is really complicated, but we are very, very far from, putting pens on the table and taking, machine guns into our hands. If we talk about the foreign policy theory level only, for a partner that presents their ideas for negotiation, it's very important not to lose their face when the negotiations are over, especially if the partner is Russia. So can you imagine that Russia somehow, when the situation gets calm and there's no conflict, and Russia doesn't receive the things from NATO that we're asking, and then you just said they're absolutely acceptable. Can you imagine the situation happening?
The dialogue needs to be maintained, needs to be alive. That's so important, because we haven't talked to each other for past 2 years, because for 2.5 years we have been offering such a dialogue as alliance to Russia, but the truth is that the waters are really murky, and the atmosphere is really toxic, but this is due to the fact of the invasion of Russia or aggression of Russia towards Ukraine. Some principles are not negotiable. That's clear. NATO is not a threat. NATO has not taken sides of any area. Expansion is not against anybody. In 1997 we concluded an agreement with the Russia Federation and NATO about certain principles. That agreement also anchors that inevitable infrastructure can be developed at the arena of member states, and also NATO made a full clear declaration that there is no goal to position nuclear weapons or anything alike. But so some things are unnegotiable. It needs goodwill, and we need to really leave this alternative or abandon, this alternative that something should be settled through war in 21st century. Ukraine has alluded to the fact that its idea is flexible when it comes to the membership in the alliance. It sort of alluded that it is willing to give up on this ambition under the threat of this immediate military conflict with Russia. Could this be one of the solutions to this situation? The only solution is that we accept that Ukraine decides freely. Well, the question is whether this is a free decision, but I'm not going to comment on it. It has been, corrected, and, there have been so many comments. We need to eliminate this this idea that we are going to decide about the destiny of other states in 21st century. We are not dictating anything to Ukraine. We are not dictating anything to Belarus. This is a fake argument, as if NATO wanted to expand somewhere. Some say that NATO should withdraw itself from eastern parts. of Europe, as if NATO was occupying those regions. But it's so difficult to get into NATO. You know how much effort we needed to develop when we missed the train in 97. Then it really took us 5 more years to get on the train. NATO keeps on saying, no, 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 you need to do this and that, you need to transform your military forces, etc. This is not an expansion. This is expression of free will and recognition of the fact that small member states, as the Slovak Republic, want to have stronger guarantee of its own national defense than its own national defense. We want to have this security, this warranty of 30 more states. You, in your introductory speech or words, you have touched upon the fact that as if we were mentally going back to 90s when we were deciding where to belong from the geopolitical and foreign perspective. So you said that yes, we are doing this. Yes, it has to do with high level of polarization of the Slovak society that can be seen also in the public opinion survey that clearly shows that the vast majority of public really is misled, and they draw on or they tap into conspiracy sources. And I would like to ask the questions from Slido that have to do with the polarization of Slovakia. Minister, are you afraid when it comes to the direction of Slovakia in foreign policy if opposition gets to the government? I am not afraid of the opposition. You know, it disnudes itself in front of the whole nation. There's not only a handful of us that we speak loudly and that we are criticized for speaking up, but there are many people in this society that are silent, that don't need to shout, that don't need to make scenes, they don't need to howl a siren during the negotiations of the parliament. So the fact that the opposition now organized this very disgusting theater with the defense of Slovakia, just don't tap into it. Really, I'm not afraid of the opposition. What I'm much more afraid of, and it has become more and more clear and evident, and we can see it also in the public opinion surveys that this is not an immediate fact. For many years we have been just looking and observing that the long-term opinion surveys keep on resulting in finding that Slovakia would do better if it were neutral. So even the opposition really says incredible things that can be interpreted in so many ways, that sort of like, okay, you are doing favor, we are doing favor to you, or you are doing favor to us, and we will tell you when you can help us. This is the way we talk with the Baltic states, with the Polish. This is the underlying tone of this very brutal discussion that has just surfaced the long-term prevailing things. We sort of throw ourselves, we kind of like surrendered ourselves to the populists. For many years, teams of experts that make incredible money on political advising that, okay, you shouldn't be talking about NATO, you shouldn't be talking about the US, you never should utter the fact that we are members of NATO, and you never shall talk about the fact that the US is a strategic partner. So we let those advisors talk. and we are totally cornered, and then we happen to end up in this situation, and as if a bucket of blood was poured into the ocean and the sharks are just circling around, in spite of the fact we cannot let them corner us. This is absolutely impossible, unthinkable. This diplomacy that has a very strong and deep relation to this country, we cannot break our necks on this. But why we have ended up in this point, why we should take stand, where to go. What I really like now, the one who doesn't know whom to follow is able to follow anybody. Aren't we at this very point? Isn't this also a result of work of this coalition? Because not a single member has more support and is not trustworthy, not at the level of 50% either. I'm not criticizing the opposition for criticizing us. We have lost a major part of the public trust. I'm not going to challenge this because we are making many mistakes. It's great that you are asking. Yes, let's be clear on that. The only criticism I have is that in the legitimate deployment of opposition against the government, because this is their job, they need to fight, they need to show that they are a better alternative. This is totally normal in democracy, but what my criticism focuses on is that totally ruthlessly they picked up something what cannot be the subject of political struggle, and this is the foreign policy direction and defense and safety, and they have risen the wave that doesn't need to be controlled. And this is what the public opinion surveys show. I don't want to make this allusions to other developments like in the Great Britain. This is yes, this is something similar. Many were had been criticizing the European Union for so long, and then they asked the Vox Populi, and they got the answer. The opposition shouldn't be blamed for criticizing us what we do in this public health or economic, etc. That's okay, but this is totally unthinkable. Okay, fake news, disinformation campaigns, they go hand in hand. And now the question, why the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is not stricter when it comes to the fight against disinformation. I do believe that we do act strictly. I am not convinced that what can be done, or that we can resolve the question of disinformation or mistruth and fake news with sophisticated campaign and technologies. Maybe it should be done. Maybe I'm too old for it. I don't believe in shortcuts, that we will set certain algorithm, of course I exaggerate here, or that we start to flood the public space with advertising and ads, etc., and this will fix the problem. No. I believe that we need to have clear political positions, attitudes. What I can, I could mobilize and I could spend millions on a campaign, and we could pretend that we have done something, but this is not going to be as easy. If we are not going to manage very basic discussions, such as around the DCA, if we are not going to stand up with our allies, then what is this political West we are talking? Talk to a Slovak living in northern Slovakia about political West. This is completely alien narrative to those people. How to make people understand what is the rule of law. Rule of law is a question of bread winning. Without a rule of law, we won't have investments, we won't have jobs, judiciary, etc. This is the question of survival. The rule of law is question of survival, and you cannot catch up through a campaign. You really need to fight for it. We need to be very thorough and consistent. Sometimes we lose political points because we stood up for a topic that is very important for Slovakia. Okay, how to structure the communication? It's not fair because the government and the civil society and the media, they stand on the position that presents facts. But on the other side, there's fake news, lies, and emotions. The other side works with the emotions, at least, okay? And it's psychologically evident and proven that you are not going to win over the emotions through hard facts. So if we want to move further, how to manage this situation, how to sort of win over and how to defeat those emotions?
Well, since I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs, it doesn't mean that I have answer to everything. So no, I don't have answer to this. I believe it's a chimera if we set our objectives so that in this complicated area like security and foreign affairs, we will be able to convince with facts and arguments those who are spreading emotions. Well, we've just tried it. I mean, we lost the public debate. But despite the fact, I believe it's a victory because we faced the whole thing responsibly. Now, sometimes losing in public debate, losing to an emotional narration, is not a defeat for the state, for the government. 30 years, pretty much almost 30 years after the founding of this republic, the point is that we shouldn't get carried away by shouting and noise just because the emotion is, well, much easier to spread. Well, I can't succeed in argumentation if an MP tells you, quote, that based on the setting of the Slovak American Defense Cooperation Agreement, the setting of jurisdiction is that Slovak soldiers will be raping Slovak young girls, quoting, and the Americans will take these rapists away and they will transport them to America, end quote. And I say, Article 12, Section C says, etc., etc. And the point is that we can't get scared. Well, yeah, okay, you've got the emotion, but we've got something that is good for the country and important for the country. And the last argument, what drives us? What drives us to deal with it in this way? If, there's Professor Stern, he's an excellent German speaker, as good as I am. You know what is Nach dem Mundreit? Nach dem Mundreit is reading from someone's lips. You saying things as you are reading someone else's lips. If Helmut Kohl was dealing with this implementation of euro in 1999, there's no euro today because the Deutschmark for the Germans was an absolute embodiment of post-war prosperity and wealth. They were against the shared currency. But Helmut Kohl, I remember this, I was just a junior diplomat. He was not afraid, he didn't give up in this public discourse. Of course, the discourse was much more cultivated compared to the situation here a couple of days ago. But today we have euro, and he didn't give up. And I remember that some historians, if in 1918 there was a referendum in Slovakia, we would be still living in Hungary today. So there are a number of parallels. The Brexit is the same thing. This is just an example of what emotions can cause. The result of the referendum in the UK was just pure emotions, no rational arguments. So we are returning again to what you're saying, that we lost two emotions, but we actually won the battle, because there can be a referendum also in this emotionally charged atmosphere, and we find out that we are out. So, do you have any idea that of communication? I mean, I agree. I have just so many questions and no answers, and I'm pulling the answers from you. So I'm sorry for that. But is there any way how to change the communication strategy or overall strategy, across the board in the state authorities and state offices? I know where you are pushing me, and okay, I understand. Yeah, we all keep hearing this. If you want to sell something, you need to have a communication strategy. But then you arrive from Brussels, and you need to communicate what you're doing in Brussels. And instead of saying that I'm doing this and we shouldn't have this if we were in the EU members, we wouldn't have roaming, we wouldn't have so many other things, then you forget about that. And I'm asking, how will a clever communication strategy replace clear political statements? And we have chance to do that every day. I mean, I believe that we've been doing communication strategy for a good hour. I don't know how many people are watching this, but if there are at least as many people online as in this room, this is the way. This is a communication strategy. This is the way how to explain to people in context. I believe the pandemic is over, at least this spring, and maybe we'll be able to travel around Slovakia. Martin is doing, Ingrid is doing, she travels around the regions and around the world. Martin Kloos is doing this with the conference on the future of Europe. So we need to do more of this. But nothing will happen, even if we crisscross Slovakia 3 times. The result won't be fast. Politics must not confuse people. That's irresponsible, confusing people. Okay, let's move on a little from communication and communication strategy, if we may. We have 5 minutes. Okay, we have 5 minutes to go. I would also ask, so let me use the question from Slido, because this is an interesting topic. The question is, the changed global security situation is intensifying European debate on kickstarting the common foreign and defense strategy or policy of Europe. We've been talking about it for years and years. There hasn't been political will. We are, I know this is a topic for a standalone conference, but well, one of the members of the audience is asking, and I'd like to ask too, what's the chance that in the near future we could advance to having a single European foreign policy and security policy using qualified majority? Well, this has become a hit. This has become a buzzword, having QMV in common foreign policy and defense policy, because today, also because it's consensus, the foreign policy positions of the European Union are adopted as the lowest common denominator. It's polishing for so many years, every single comma and full stop, so that everyone can live with it. But at the end of the day, the value is so low that no one actually takes care. No one cares. So the consensus is pushing us so low that you're reading a piece of paper, you don't even know what is written on that paper. And it's an official statement of the European Union. Not even you. Well, yeah, I do, but it doesn't really it's not worth it. But if someone believes that we will change the content just like that when it's QNV, so qualified majority, this is going to be quite complicated. When it's QNV, yeah, qualified majority voting, those who were voted over, they say, oh, it's not behind, I'm not behind that, So the topic will be what? Well, the EU has a position, but there's a number of countries that are not behind that position. It doesn't solve anything, or, well, doesn't solve everything. So the question is whether we're going to be more efficient with QMV or not. So you know what I think? Even without QMV, I think the High Representative for the single foreign and defense policy of the European Union, that is Joseph Borrell, so that even with QMV, we give him much more space to talk on our behalf, in our name, and maybe talking just like it is now. He's poor guy, they are watching his lips. What word he will use, we have to write every single word for him and agree. I have so much trust in Europeness of foreign service of the EU, also in High Representative Mr. Borrell. So I can imagine that he would really have a much free space to talk on his own. Let me give you an example. After the advance of the new American administration, it has become not an exception but a rule that we have shared negotiations with Tony Blinken, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. This hasn't been for years that the American Secretary of State was meeting with the European Union foreign ministers. But I am quite irritated that the debate with Mr. Blinken is not a debate of the EU and its standpoint, but it's a debate of 27 foreign ministers where every single one of us is talking to Tony Blinken. Recently I just suggested, unsuccessfully, I said, I give up my word, because if we need, we can talk to Tony Blinken alone. 2 weeks ago I went to the United States to talk to him, and I said, let's give up that word, let's have one person, Joseph Borrell, talking on our behalf, on behalf of the whole EU 27, because still there is this instinct from the 19th century, or maybe the first half of the 20th century, like this is really question of national interest, where we need to have sovereignty. We were able to give up sovereignty in 100 times more sensitive areas within the scope of the EU. Now we had shared currency. Countries gave up their monetary policy. We don't decide about interest rates. We are part of one whole, where even the banking supervision in macroeconomics is in Brussels, right, or ECB. We have QMV across the whole internal market. But when it comes to accepting council conclusions in the field of, human rights or anything, then we are in the 20th century again. Well, I'm afraid that it's again about the emotions, because foreign policy in large countries like France, or as Britain used to be, or Spain, or even Greece, not such a large country, is linked to very many emotions and old wounds and old barriers and old emotions that is very difficult to overcome. But if we come to terms with it, well, we will not come to terms with it, but then we only would support those who say that the whole EU should be only limited to a single market concept and economic cooperation, and we shouldn't have the ambition of any other higher communitary form, because it's just beyond us, because the member states cannot give up their rights. Well, if we didn't give up our sovereignty, we wouldn't have anything in the EU. People don't realize that political integration is not about someone declaring that Slovakia is not a sovereign country anymore. That's not political integration. You know what political integration is? That's Schengen. That's political integration, because without political decision, listen well, you don't realize, or we don't realize, giving up the control at the national borders. That's Schengen. Schengen didn't eliminate borders, it eliminated control at the border. So what is greater demonstration of sovereignty of any country is controlling its borders, and we gave it up. Roaming, somehow you want to say that it damaged our sovereignty, that thanks, having this huge leverage from internal market, we managed to force large telecom players, huge players, we forced them to give up these huge profits from roaming fees. Do you imagine that? That's why I really like this topic, but this is what we negotiated in 2016. This is not explained. This is not broken down in detail. Today we have people, shouting and screaming about state sovereignty. state sovereignty is not something that you declare, but it's about being able to operate and defend the interests of your country in the globalized world. Well, let's declare that we're a sovereign country. You know, in a situation like that, the whole EU in 2050 will have 4% of global population and 11% GDP. So let's say we're sovereign. We will have 0.00 something. You know, this is the question of protection of our sovereignty. How we can operate in global world for the benefit of this country. Let me conclude this evaluation, the review conference, by returning to the Minister Eduard Kukan.
And when I personally learned about this very sad news about him passing away, not only many personal things came to my mind, but also I had this thought that I do hope that together with him we are not losing the geopolitical direction of Slovakia. No, definitely our geopolitical direction is not dying or has not died with him. In spite of the fact that we need to improve governance, we are in midterm, and I totally agree with you that the disillusion of last week, the disillusion in the society was enhanced by the fact that we are not governing by the best possible way. We have lost so much trust, so much hope that was vested in the elections. But the consensus, foreign and political consensus, collapsed because the opposition challenged and attacked the core pillars of our foreign and political orientation. It's not about a one-off thing, a kind of a single case. I do recall this, and I'm not going to overplay it here, but a great part of our opposition said that this was totally irrelevant for them, because for them this means mobilization of internal forces, and this is totally irresponsible. We really need to remind ourselves where the north is, where to go, what the direction is. So thank you very much for your last words, for concluding the review conference, and I would like to wish you all the best to everybody here in the hall, and also to those who are following us online. Thank you very much.